I would like to say that our webinar is really international because we have participants from 6 countries: Ukraine, Bulgaria, Poland, the UK, the United States, and also India. Welcome, everyone, and it's really big pleasure to introduce our today's speakers. Our first speaker is Dr. Armen Gasparyan, who is one of the leading British journal editor, clinician, and expert in bibliographic databases. Importantly, that he is a non-Anglophone researcher with more than 100 indexed English articles and numerous other academic achievements. He is also an editor of several influential medical journals and expert reviewer of Scopus database. Over the past 10 years, hundreds of non-Anglophone medical journals have been upgraded and successfully indexed by Scopus and Web of Science, thanks to Dr. Armen's contributions as a consultant. Our next speaker is Dr. Latika Gupta, who is a highly skilled rheumatologist and expert in myositis. She also is a social media editor for Indian Journal of Rheumatology and Journal of Clinical Rheumatology. And one of her main research interests relates to survey. Our next speaker is a regular contributor to our webinars. He is Dr. Durga Misra, who is one of the leading Indian rheumatologists and immunologists and highly skilled journal editor. And he also is author of numerous articles published on journal editing. Our next speaker is Professor Tetiana Yahontova, who is an expert in academic English with vast experience of working with biomedical authors. And she is really internationally recognized authority in editing biomedical articles. And our last speaker is a big name in Ukrainian physiology, Professor Oksana Zaychkivska, who is also chief editor flagship Ukrainian medical journals. Please welcome our speakers. I would like to say that this webinar is organized by Shevchenko Scientific Society, Western Scientific Center, and Danilo Halitsky Lviv National Medical University that is located in Lviv. Lviv is my city, and this city is cultural capital of Ukraine. And we have participants who have never been in Ukraine, in Lviv, and we have selected 2 short video clips which can convey an atmosphere in Lviv and show its rich cultural and scientific background. Lviv is really a multinational scholarly hub with Danilo Halitsky Lviv National Medical University being one of the leading medical university in Eastern Europe. Okay, let's wait one moment. I would like to share with you your screen, my screen. One moment. This movie is about Lviv. Okay. One moment. And the second one will be about Danilo Galitsky Lviv National Medical University. One moment. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Це король Данило Галицький, вітаємо його! Okay. And before we get, one moment. And before we get started, I would like to cover two homekeeping topics. The first one, this webinar is being recorded, so we will be able to share with you a link to full video. And the second issue is we invite your comments and questions. You can just type your questions in your chat box on your Zoom control panel, and I will then bring up questions, and we will have approximately 5 minutes to discuss questions after every presentation. Now I would like to invite our first speaker, Armen Gasparian.
Yeah, okay. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, colleagues. Today we are going to welcome some of our international speakers from India, and I'm going to deliver my presentation covering issues related to writing, scholarly writing. If anything happens with my internet connection, so excuse me and just let Olena know, and we'll fix in a few seconds. So first of all, I'd like to thank Danilo Galitsky Lviv National Medical University for arranging this important webinar, and also Western Scientific Center, Taras Shevchenko Scientific Society, also all today's participants who expressed wish to join us and to learn more about updates in scholarly writing, reviewing, post-publication promotion. My first talk will be about reviewing and writing flawless article. So I am one of the editors of rheumatology and general medical journals. I've been working in this field for more than 10 years, and my main current interests relate to comprehensive bibliographic search, and I frequently use Scopus database for writing review articles, for reviewing, and also guiding my PhD candidates, my fellows with whom I cooperate. So you probably know that we all need review articles, narrative review articles, but even narrative review articles need search strategy and structuring. And for that, we definitely need Scopus database. Scopus database is the largest bibliographic, well-organized databases with more than 25,000 covered sources, peer-reviewed journals. And for every scientific author, performing Scopus searches is important, even for arts and humanities specialists who are writing opinion pieces, recommendations for authors. So performing Scopus searches is the most important and initial step for writing good articles. So in terms of peer review, I've chosen two keywords, peer review and publishing, and you can see that on the top of this slide, the number of publications in this field is increasing. This is one of the main features of any scientific field. If we have increasing number of publications, it can tell us a lot about importance of that field and particular scientific topic. Peer review and publishing is important, and there are some highly prolific authors publishing in this field. You can see the list of 10 top authors, again based on Scopus database. Also, we pay attention to journals, main journals covering particular issues. You can see that peer review is well covered by Nature, Science, Lancet. These are top scientific journals. And these journals are accessed and well read by medics and non-medics all over the world. When I process Scopus articles, I also pay attention to highly cited articles. Why these highly cited articles are important? Because we need some knowledge approved by the majority of scholarly community. On this slide, you can see that there are three top articles related to peer review, and each of these articles is cited more than 1,000 times. So citations tell us a lot about approval by scientific community. If we have articles with zero citations, we may think that these articles are not well accepted by community, or these articles are not promoted. So social media editors nowadays can easily promote any articles, but there are also some differences between disciplines. In the field of medicine, immunologists, rheumatologists, and clinical specialists have a number of journals and visibility of any article in their field is high. This is why citations, absolute number of citations is high in clinical disciplines compared to other non-clinical or even non-medical disciplines. I also pay attention to keywords related to peer review, but the same trick, the same approach is applicable to many other fields, many other topics. In terms of peer review, we see that peer review related to publishing, to periodicals as topic, these and medical literature, all these keywords are covered by Scopus and PubMed or Medline, and the most important keyword is related to this particular presentation is peer review and periodicals as topic. Both are structured keywords, and both keywords are important for visibility of articles in the field of peer review. The same relates to any other scientific topic. You're also probably familiar with Altmetric Donut. So it's something new for clinicians and even for non-medics, for humanitarians, linguists who are not used to article promotion via social media. However, this type of promotion is accepted by major publishers like Springer, Elsevier, and Wiley, etc. So you have to know that altmetric donuts or rings resemble importance of certain articles for public regardless of their specialty. So we see here that this particular article also related to peer review, nepotism and sexism in peer review, one of the highly promoted articles published by Nature. Nature is the leading scientific journal of Nobel Prize winners. So, and it's not surprising that this article is well promoted, and you can see also map of promotion. Even Russia is also not so active in terms of Twitter promotion, but they tweeted on this article. So you can see also this article in Nature is well cited more than 600 times on Dimensions, or something similar to Google Scholar. There are some associations dealing with peer review. All scientific, I think there is slow connection, internet connection. If there is something wrong with my presentation or some technical problems, quickly.
Armand, probably from your side, problem with internet connection. You can continue.
Okay. So there are some editorial associations of great importance to scientific authors, peer reviewers, and editors. The best, of course, International Committee of Medical Journal Editors. The rest is for journal editors, publishers, particularly Committee on Publication Ethics, the largest editorial association with more than 13,000 members. All these associations deal with peer review. So International Committee of Medical Journal Editors regularly updates their recommendations, and you can see that there are 14 members of this association and 2 journal members and 2 large organizations like National Library of Medicine or PubMed and World Association of Medical Editors. Non-medics also should familiarize themselves with recommendations of International Committee of Medical Journal Editors, just to know how to deal with references, structuring of articles, choosing target journals, etc. So when we start discussing any scientific topic, we should know about structured keyword. Peer review is well defined on Wikipedia. Wikipedia is also a social media channel. We can see that peer review is a service, professional service regulated by experts. But there is also more professional definition of peer review. Peer review related to journals, structured and included in medical subject headings in 1994 as peer review in research or research peer review. So I also wanted to refer to Council of Science Editors' approach to peer review. Peer review is a service moderated by chief editor, and it's also a service regulated by peer reviewers themselves, who get credited by Publons and other platforms. Nowadays, crediting reviewers is important because reviewer comments are also viewed as publication units, and more you review as scholar, more is your credit, scientific or academic credit. As a editor and also editor, I know that peer review is a critical part of journal quality, and usually we rely on external peer review. External peer review is regulated by experts who are not part of editorial board. Handling editor or chief editor is ultimately responsible for choosing or picking peer reviewers, and these reviewers are also partly responsible for quality of article. Peer reviewers are experts chosen by handling editors, and handling editors should choose or pick experts who are available throughout the peer review and who are real experts who can evaluate all parts of subject of manuscripts under evaluation. Committee on Publication Ethics has its own approach to peer review, and they highlight expertise, confidentiality, absence of conflicts of interest, and also accuracy of peer reviewers. There are some good examples of peer review. This first example relates to DNA structure. That structure was discussed, presented in 1953 in a letter, short letter published in Nature, without passing peer review. Editor-in-chief decided to publish that piece of paper because he judged that paper as important, evaluated without sending to external peer reviewers. But there was also an unfortunate example by the same journal, again Nature. Hans Krebs' article related to ATP or energy synthesis in cell. It was peer reviewed by Nature external reviewers and was evaluated, was rejected, specialists updated. How to choose best reviewers? There are some tips for choosing best reviewers. They should be good at statistics. They should be familiar with the editorial policies. Sometimes handling editors choose based on author recommendations, but it's not good practice. So peer review is a part of profession. It's a culture in medicine. Peer review is part of continuing medical education. So some journals credit their reviewers for their accomplishments. By regularly acting as ad hoc peer reviewer, specialists upgrade their skills, and these upgrades are essential for being skilled specialist. Nowadays, particularly in the time of pandemic, most specialists badly need peer review invitations to contribute to their specialty and to contribute to the growth of science in their country, particularly in Eastern Europe. So we should also think as editors, as publishers, and research managers how to incentivize our reviewers by crediting, by continuously inviting them to serve as reviewers. So I think we need to unmute all other microphones except lecturer's microphone. How to choose reviewers? As an experienced editor, I know how to pick best reviewers, but even though I have also some I also commit some mistakes and invite reviewers who are not so cooperative or who are not so willing to review articles. The basic principle of invitation is to invite reviewers who have strong interest in specific field of science. Let's say in rheumatology, if we are going to invite best reviewers, we should carefully choose professional background of reviewers. In rheumatology, there are many diseases, and it's better to choose specialists in a narrow field, in a specialist good at certain diseases. So this principle is narrow specialized reviewers is well practiced in the US and in UK. The same probably in many other countries. In post-Soviet republics, in Eastern Europe, reviewers have broad interest, and they eager to review articles not just in specific, in narrow field. They are willing, they are cooperative, and we can benefit from their broad experience. So these type of geographical differences are important. So as editor, I also often re-invite specialists who contributed to the same journal previously, and those who provided well-justified, evidence-based reviewer comments, free of any nasty comments, personal comments, or sexist or politically incorrect reviewer comments. The reviewers should always try to edit their comments to sound polite, politically correct, and avoid any gender-based, biased, or gender-biased comments. So these are very important for continuously acting as a reviewer and being credited. Sometimes authors suggest reviewers. Most large publishers stopped relying on these suggestions when they invite reviewers. So I would also refrain from relying on author suggestions, because authors themselves can be biased, and it can also create some problems at a later stage with so-called fake reviewer comments, when reviewers are related to authors and they are also biased, positively biased towards manuscripts. Editorial board members should always try their best to respond to editors' reviewer invitation and act. If they refuse or decline continuously reviewing invitations, editor may consider discontinuing their editorial membership. So it's always difficult to enter editorial board in highly prestigious journals. So the prerequisite or requirement for being on editorial board is to act continuously as reviewer and to provide useful, highly professional reviewer comments. And authors should also know when they submit their manuscripts and provide editors with reference lists. Editors sometimes check these review reference lists and may consider picking reviewers from these reference sources, authors of these references. This is why, as editor, I always ask my authors to update their reference lists, because updated references continue links to emails or other contacts of authors, and it's always good to have updated reference list. In medicine, in biomedicine, usually we take 5-7 year time span as the best updated timeline. 5-7 years. But of course, in the field of statistics, in the field of social sciences, arts and humanities, these time limit is broader, 10, 20, 30 years. So time limits depends also on disciplines, academic disciplines. It's always good to have statistical editor or statistical reviewer who can suggest some amendments, edits, or can ask editor to provide him
All of you there.
with primary data sets and recheck, let's say, correlation analysis or statistical significance. In general, we have evidence that adding statistical reviewer increases quality of original research papers 5 times. Here you can see that from this particular evidence we have odds ratio of 5.5, which means that quality of articles with statistical reviewers 5 times higher compared to articles without statistical reviewers. I often ask authors to check normality. So Durga extensively covered statistical analysis, and he also stressed out importance of checking normality. In Eastern Europe, it's not common practice to check normality, and for decades, Eastern European researchers relied on parametric tests or student t-tests. In biomedicine, it's always good to have non-parametric tests, because in biomedicine, we have not normal or non-normal distribution of parameters. And it's always good to rely on non-parametric tests like Mann-Whitney or Kruskal-Wallis, if we have more than 2 groups. So often we, as medics and biomedics rely on non-parametric tests because we check our parameters for normality of distribution. Normal distribution of parameters usually is bell shape. We like bell shape. Not normal, non-normal is any shape other than bell shape of parameter of distribution. We usually when we use SPSS package, we usually rely on Kolmogorov-Smirnov or Shapiro-Wilk statistical test. Both are important, valuable. Kolmogorov-Smirnov is best test to check normality if we have 10, 20, 30, 50, or up to 100 sample size is small. When we have larger sample size, of course, Shapiro-Wilk test is more accurate. So some slight differences related to statistical tests. We also should check sample size calculation at the start of research. But when we see submission without sample size checking at the start, we ask whether this study is a pilot study. For pilot studies, it's not mandatory to have sample size calculation. Pilot studies are studies without any analogs, without any previous similar studies, where we don't have standard deviation or we don't have any calculation based on similar sample sizes. In pilot studies, we may proceed without requesting sample size calculation. But for all other studies with previous studies or analogs, sample size calculation is mandatory. There is a statistical difference between articles having reviewers suggested by authors and reviewers selected by editors. Usually when editors rely on author-suggested reviewers, there is chance that author-suggested reviewers are positive. So their comments are positive and not so constructive, not so helpful. And this is why rejection rate for reviewer comments with author-suggested reviewers is statistically much less. There is statistical difference. As editors, this trick is important for those who have a large number of submissions. When I see initial submission, I usually overly invite peer reviewers, more than 2. And when at least 2 reviewers respond to my reviewer invitation and agree to submit their reviewer comment within designated time period, usually 7 to 14 days, I stop inviting other reviewers or inform other reviewers, invited reviewers, that there is no longer need to rely on their review comments. So overly invite peer reviewers if you want to, as editor, to accomplish peer review process in the shortest possible time. As editors, we rely on Singapore Statement on Research Integrity. This statement was approved as a declaration in 2010 at the World Conference on Research Integrity. It's a highly prestigious conference run by editors of New England Journal of Medicine, Lancet, and many other top scientific journals. So we may rely on their suggestions and statements. One of these points of Singapore Statement relates to peer review. Peer reviewers are experts who provide fair, prompt, and rigorous or evidence-based evaluation of manuscripts or grant applications. You probably know that one of the best scientific journals, BMJ, or British Medical Journal, was edited by Richard Smith, a retired, now it's a past editor of BMJ, who once considered that peer review is quite expensive, especially for British journals. Peer reviewers are inconsistent. You yourself also, as editors or authors, also see that when your manuscript is evaluated by different reviewers, they provide inconsistent reviewer comments, and it's an art of editing by editor to choose proper reviewer comments and do not confuse authors. So I always also read reviewer comments and try to guide authors how to respond to reviewer comments to avoid confusing author responses. Reviewers are often biased towards topics, biased towards gender of authors, biased towards geographic origin. In that case, we often consider masking author identity or using single blind peer review. In small communities or closed communities, in Eastern European communities, it's always better to have double-blind peer review when identities of authors and reviewers are blinded. So for small communities, double-blind peer review is often an option, a good option. Peer review is often abused by some unethical editors and some unethical reviewers who may steal ideas, may steal data from authors and reuse these ideas for their own benefit. Particularly in post-communist countries, when stealing in communist countries was common, stealing of ideas is also common in Eastern Europe. So be very careful when you assign inexperienced reviewers from Eastern Europe, from post-communist countries, Croatia, Bosnia, etc., because they can abuse the whole and corrupt the whole peer review process. And conclusion of Richard Smith was that peer review is a process with a number of mistakes manipulated by unethical editors, reviewers, and he also mentioned, but even with such limitations of peer review, we do not have any other alternative. So we often rely on peer review. And as authors, we also often like constructive reviewer comments. When we see brief comments or irrelevant comments, it irritates, and we often think how on earth this editor assigned this type of reviewer, why my manuscript is valuable, and I also need a valuable reviewer who may pick some strengths of my work and also suggest some improvements when they see some limitations. Reviewers should be offered support. The same with authors. Authors, particularly in Eastern Europe, do not have any technological support, do not have any access support. So reviewers throughout peer review also need access to PubMed, Scopus, Web of Science, and even specialist databases. So good reviewers from good universities should be offered access to Scopus, Web of Science, and other prestigious databases. They should know that some good publishers, large publishers, provide access to Web of Science, Scopus throughout peer review, and it really helps. They can also submit their reviewer comments in a structured way, and some good publishers, large publishers, they provide this online form. I'm sure that many in Eastern Europe also upgrade their editorial management systems and will rely on structured peer review. There was an analysis of more than 400 journals. Survey analyzed peer review process in good journals, and they noted that 24%, only 24% of journals offer technological support or digital tools for extra searches to their peer reviewers. So often it's desirable to have access to databases throughout peer review to perform evidence-based review. Reviewers should be also offered some instructions. My main instruction to reviewers is to pay attention to reference lists, to novelty, whether the reference lists are updated, whether they contain references to widely visible sources, if there are references to retracted items, to poorly visible items. Editors and reviewers may suggest relevant replacements. And nowadays also suggested there are some discrepancies. Even a year ago, we advised reviewers to avoid authors to avoid relying on unpublished sources. However, nowadays we have floodings of manuscripts from unpublished sources, preprints. So we can accept references to even unpublished sources, unpublished preprints, archived by reliable preprint servers or preprint platforms. So this is new type of manuscripts, unpublished preprints, non-peer-reviewed, unpublished, but still important in the era of COVID-19 pandemic. So we can be slightly flexible and allow citing unpublished preprints. Which are the elements of successful review? Of course, on time. When you receive review invitation, please try to respond to this review invitation within 2-3 days and submit within up to 7 days your constructive review or comment. Keep all communications confidential. Be objective, evidence-based. Often rely on PubMed searches or Scopus searches and guide authors how to better choose references. And if you see research reports not relying on Equator Network standards or research reporting standards, advise to rely or to consult. It's not mandatory, but still a good recommendation to rely on Equator Network research reporting standards. So again, I rely on that recent survey of more than 400 good journals who use certain quality criteria. So peer review in some journals, in 96% of journals, good journals, rely on methodological rigor or accuracy of methods used in research reports or reviews. 56% of journals considered impact of manuscripts. For us as editors, it's important to have manuscripts with impact, post-publication impact, citations, or alternative metrics impact. In our field of in field of rheumatology, we have validation studies, and I noticed that this type of articles rarely cited. So I will consider these as non-priority topics or non-priority items for my journal. So you can also have, as editors or reviewers, you can consider other priority items, priority criteria. Novelty. There are some journals that strictly rely on novelty, but not all. You can submit something from your country and consider as also important, methodologically important, but not novel. Novel for your country, but not for the global audience. These type of manuscripts sometimes are also acceptable, but not for top journals like Nature, Science, and top journals in your field of specialty. And also, final point, whether you submit, it's important to submit manuscript within scope of your target journal. 94% of journals stick to this criterion. For many other journals, there are different sets of criteria for priorities. Let's say for Croatian Medical Journal, top priority is original research papers. Letters, essays, opinion pieces are much lower priority items. And now I would like to draw your attention to ethical considerations for peer reviewers. This set of recommendations compiled by Durga Misra. These are primarily for rheumatology authors, but I am sure even non-medics can also rely on these sets of ethical considerations for peer reviewers. Reviewers should be experts in their field. They should declare any conflicts of interest to editor. They should also submit reviewer comments in a polite, they should edit and submit polite with careful wording. Reviewer comments should avoid contradictory statements forwarded to authors and to editors, should use clear, understandable language. If editor sees, evaluates reviewer comments and finds some wordings inappropriate, editor himself or herself can edit and forward to authors properly edited reviewer comment. What type of review modes we know? Of course, single blind, double blind, and nowadays public or open review, peer review is common. To choose proper review mode, we should consider specifics of geographics or discipline. Let's say in rheumatology, particularly in Eastern Europe, with small communities, it's better to have double-blind peer review system to avoid conflicts. There is internal, external, and mixed review model. For best journals, external peer review is the most workable solution. How many reviewer comments are needed? For good journals, usually 2 external reviewer comments are sufficient. But if the editor, particularly nowadays when most reviewers are unavailable, on an exceptional basis can rely on just 1 reviewer comment, strong, substantive, evidence-based reviewer comment. Transparency is important. So why transparency is important? Because we need our journals to be evaluated for indexing. And for that, we need submission and acceptance days. I take example of best top rheumatology journal. You see that they declare submission, revision, and acceptance dates. In Indian Journal of Rheumatology, they also have dates, but you probably can spot easily that they do not put concrete dates. They simply put months. That's not okay. They should put exact dates to allow indexers to calculate on average peer review datelines. So please, editors of Indian Journal of Rheumatology, correct that minor mistake. There is also another type of mistakes relating to Bulgarian Journal of Rheumatology, but I think the same mistakes is widespread. Almost all Eastern European journals, I don't know why, they simply declare only submission date without transparently putting revision or acceptance dates. For online journals, it's also important to put online publication date. So now, why we need this list of good target journals? We need this set of criteria to properly choose target journal and avoid outright rejection. Sometimes as editor, I also reject outright without sending to external peer reviewers because I see that submission is out of scope of the journal or contains some methodological problems or related to journals of local importance, not of global importance. Sometimes we also have to check whether journal publicizes publications or promotes publications on Twitter. And please take this good example of one of the leading journals in rheumatology and immunology. You can see that they publicize even their Twitter handle, Twitter address of their journal. Twitter and social media is important nowadays because we rely on online communication channels, and all journals should rely on good, active, and professionally moderated Twitter accounts. Now, to choose proper target journals, specialists or authors should also know about SCImago journal rank or journal ranks related to linked to Scopus and to Web of Science. Both Scopus and Web of Science are subscription-based databases, but there are some free options on platforms of both Scopus and Web of Science core collection. So you should know about free options and you should rely. In terms of peer review, it's for editors, it's important to declare timelines from submission to first editorial decision. The shorter this period, the better or well-organized peer review process. For online journals, it's critical to limit to shorten this timeline and to perform peer review within few days. It's also important to declare or display information about rejection rate. For most new journals or startup journals, this type of information not mandatory, but for established journals, it's always good to publicize information about acceptance and rejection rates. We, in 2014, analyzed peer review process in 44 rheumatology journals, and we noticed at that time that not all journals, even Scopus index journals, were not transparent when they in terms of disclosing peer review information. My advice to all editors is to disclose information about peer review, external peer review, on average, how many reviewers are involved, whether the peer review is double-blind, single-blind, public, whether they allow authors to suggest reviewers and whether they rely on their suggestions or not, and whether statistical reviewers are involved in manuscript evaluation or not. Good reviewer comments always has major and minor reviewer comments. Main points relate to title. Always evaluate whether the title of any article, any manuscript is concise, reflective, or correct. Introduction, whether it's new, updated, whether it contains updated literature. And novelty, evaluate novelty, suggest some updated references, or simply ask authors to update and choose references within 5-10 years. Also important when you write review or comment to follow these tips. Evaluate methodological merit, pay attention to statistics, pay attention to references, whether limitations are presented or not, and at the end, evaluate quality of abstract, and then at the end only quality of writing, because in biomedicine, linguistic mistakes are not so important. They can be corrected by linguists, or nowadays we have submissions in polished English, and we rarely see submissions with poor English. Of course, Tatiana Yakhantova's suggestions are important, but I also wanted to present my approach, because I was chief editor of European Science Editing almost 10 years ago, and I also learned a lot about language mistakes. And I know that when you submit manuscript full of language mistakes, this type of manuscript can be rejected outright without even peer review, even if you submit something of scientifically important and valuable. So always avoid using redundant words, avoid using long sentences, be very careful with apostrophes. Tatiana described mistakes with apostrophes. Avoid inappropriate use of articles Z and A. Particularly non-Anglophone specialists have common mistakes with Z and A. Avoid inappropriate use of which and that. That refers to something specific, which refers to non-specific set of items or things. Avoid inappropriate use of this and that. Also, some linguists know some differences. Avoid inappropriate use of that when you refer to human being. Human being is always whom, but not this, that. Also, poor vocabulary. Again, Tatiana mentioned about that you as authors should enrich your vocabulary and use, let's say, obtain scientific word instead of common word, get. Avoid proper use of tenses and avoid sophisticated use of perfect tenses or passive voices. Always use active voice and try to use simple present tense. Particularly simple present in your introduction and conclusion. Conclusion should always bear or convey message in a simple present tense, and of course in active voice, not passive. Not is done, simply does. So you know about difference between active and passive voices. And I also refer to these very instructive, very useful articles published in Journal of Korean Medical Science. The journal is a member of International Committee of Medical Journal Editors, and any advice from this journal is valuable. Let's say one important piece of advice is each scientific item should tell readers a story. So you should start your manuscript and a paragraph or passage of text from an introduction, and you should end your text by conclusion or paragraph by last sentence, and always link last sentence with first sentence in your passage of text. So now some mistakes. You simply, again, from Eastern Europe, from non-Anglophone or Slavic authors, the same mistakes can happen with you, many other Slavic authors. Always avoid using "it should be mentioned." Simply cut it off. just to remind, and you see comma and that. Again, Tatiana mentioned that you should not use comma before that. And you see now a long sentence, which is probably acceptable for in Russian, in Slavic languages, but unacceptable for scientific English. So this sentence can be divided into 2 or 3 parts. Reviewers should suggest authors to rely on equator network standards. There are a number of standards, research reporting standards. These are useful for biomedics. You see that at the moment there are more than 400 research reporting guidelines. I just wanted to stress importance of using Prisma flowchart for systematic reviews. We often get points for publishing systematic reviews, and you see how they search through different bibliographic databases. Authors collect hundreds or thousands of items, then rule out or exclude based on predefined criteria, and at the end they have in their flowchart 17 or up to 20, 30 or 40 maximum items or articles which they process and get final results. So if you see in systematic reviews in flowcharts more than 100 items or 100 items at the end processed by authors, there is something wrong with systematic review. It means that either scope, aim, or scope are poorly defined, or exclusion criteria are inappropriately set. So always pay attention to initial and last set of articles in systematic reviews. And for narrative reviews, I strongly encourage all authors to refer to consult these guidelines and use for writing their narrative reviews. You can easily find these guidelines on Twitter, widely promoted on Twitter, on social media, on ResearchGate. And the main point of these guidelines on writing narrative reviews to have access to open access to databases, let's say Scopus, Web of Science, and even specialist databases like PsycInfo for neurologists, psychologists, and psychiatrists. What we should do, those for peer review. The most important point is to treat authors as our equals. So, because we as authors may also become reviewers at some point and vice versa. What we shouldn't do as reviewers and editors, we shouldn't state or forward information about publishability to authors. And we should be very careful with information transferred to editors and to authors. How we credit reviewer accomplishments by certificates. Of course, for me, large publisher certificates are important. I have hundreds of this type of certificates, and I always suggest to startup journals also to have these type of credits or credits from universities, CME credits. Of course, over the past 5 years, we encourage our reviewers to transfer information about official information from journals to Publons database, Publons platform, which is now part of Clarivate Analytics. So peer reviewer accomplishments are evaluated as published units. So if you write reviewer comments, be sure that your reviewer comment is also something like article, and try your best to write constructive, well-edited review comment. I like this list of reviewers. There are many reviewers from your country, more than 42,000 thousand reviewers, but unfortunately there are only few top reviewers, ethical, well credited, like Bogdana from Ivano-Frankivsk, with more than 300 valuable reviewer comments. Of course, this type of lady who invested a lot in peer review deserves credit from Web of Science, from her own university, and also from journals where she acts as a reviewer. Some journals ask whether authors or reviewers want to transfer information about their review accomplishments automatically to Publons. For that, we need ORCID ID, Open Researcher and Contributor ID. So you probably know ORCID Flower, and to memorize this abbreviation, ORCID, it's pronounced ORCID, you need to register with ORCID platform. It's free registry, so it allows you to easily transfer information about your review accomplishments, authorship accomplishments on ORCID, and it's always better to have digital ID. It helps to avoid problems with peer review. We have numerous problems with some authors. I should tell you about these stories from Iran, from some not so well coordinated, not so ethical authors who committed unethical, who acted unethically and submitted reviewer comments along with their review, their articles. You probably know that 10-20 years ago in East Europe, journal editors also asked authors to present manuscripts along with external reviewer comments. So this type of behavior is nowadays considered as unethical. So we also know about so-called fake reviewer comments. Usually these fake reviewer comments are positive, a lot of wording, but no any specific emphasis on limitations, on weaknesses of manuscripts. Everything rosy. When reviewers are invited, they usually are also offered instructions how to act. We have guidance from Committee on Publication Ethics. There is something I should tell you about cascading peer review. When someone's manuscript is submitted to good journal, rejected, authors of that manuscript are offered cascading, offered other journals by the same publisher, but of course with lower rank, lower impact, lower reputation, and it's up to authors to choose these low rank or medium rank journals. Of course, it's also part of open access, and most cascaded manuscripts end up by open access or gold open access journals charging their authors. BMJ articles often rejected and transferred to BMJ Open. Of course, BMJ is subscription journal without publication charges. They have a hybrid system allowing open access, but BMJ Open is fully open access, gold open access journal. Limitations of cascading: usually bad manuscripts end up in lower ranked journals. And finally, I just finalize my presentation on peer review by showing you some scientific cartoons. Of course, I like these scientific cartoons because I solicited myself years ago, and these cartoons also convey important messages. Authors allow editors to pass their manuscripts to evaluated by external reviewers, by internal reviewers, evaluators, and sometimes it's also painful when you see nasty comments or too personal comments, and you think that your manuscript is valuable, good, and you think that it's worth submitting to Nature, Science. But when you see harsh comments, you lose confidence in your manuscript, and there should be always balance. Even if a manuscript is rejected by good journal like Nature, Science, authors should have a right to be treated as good researchers, good scientists with proper review evaluations. So I now ask our moderator to...
Dear Armen, thank you very much for your very informative presentation. We have one question to you. Based on your rich editors, reviewers, and authors' experience, could you suggest some of the most important life hacks how to become a good author and good reviewers? Is it possible to summarize by few words? What is the most important? What is your key message? How to become a good author and good reviewer?
Thank you very much. So I'm grateful to expert who asked that good question. So to become an author, you need to read more. Tatiana also conveyed the same message, to read more. Those who read more can write good articles. Of course, authors nowadays need to be also good at statistics. I think at least basics of statistics. They should also improve their English, and they should also know about publication ethics. They should refer to senior colleagues for advice, collaborators, but it's not good to refer to editing agencies, especially commercial editing agencies. There are a number of editing agencies who simply do not allow authors to improve their writing, research reporting skills. They do all work instead of authors, on behalf of authors. And to become editors, to become reviewers, experts should have good articles, and should, in these good articles, they should act as corresponding authors or first authors with visible emails, and should respond to reviewer invitations. I know that in Eastern Europe, it's not good practice, it's not common practice to respond to post-communication requests to review, to a certain post-communication questions, issues, but in many Western countries, it's good practice to respond to post-publication comments. So there are some differences between authors and reviewers, but of course, good reviewers are also excellent authors.
Okay, read good articles as much as possible and review manuscripts as much as possible, yes?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, your next lecture about retractions and post-publication corrections.
So, about corrected or retracted publications, there are some editorial associations concerned with problems, unethical stance, or errors, and they evaluate retractions. They guide editors how to retract. Why I think that this point is important? Because good authors should also know that even their good articles may contain unintentional mistakes, or we call it honest mistakes or even honest errors, like an article presented by Durga, published in Rheumatology in 2011, with meta-analysis, which was retracted because of honest mistakes. So these associations deal with these retractions. To all researchers, all good authors should know about mesh keywords. And you see that retracted publications were first introduced to National Library of Medicine in 1989. So before that, of course, there were problems with published items. There were corrigenda, corrections published, but retractions is something new. We should distinguish retracted and duplicated publications. Usually, duplicated publications are unethical because they contain, let's say, translated articles. Something is published in Slavic language, then translated in English and published in a good journal. So any translated copying is also considered as unethical, and at some point it can be retracted. Published erratum. When we see minor comment, we can simply correct something, publish correction, and avoid retraction, which is better. You see, retracted publication, recent retraction in Lancet, top journal, biomedical, which was widely commented on social media, but at the end it was retracted because there wasn't veracity, there wasn't accuracy of authors in terms of reporting, even in good journal. So editor accepted this journal, it was published and widely promoted, but at some point, editor and readers realized that there is something wrong with original data, and it was retracted. Another example, by the same authors, they submitted another article in a New England Journal of Medicine, also top scientific journal, with the same intentional mistake, intentional error. So primary data contained mistakes in calculations, in reporting. So article was also retracted, though you can see that it was less, relatively less promoted on social media. What type of retractions we have? Retractions are usually due to, in pre-pandemic era, usually were due to plagiarism or duplicate plagiarism, duplicate or translated unethical publishing. Recent article, few months ago it was published, and I was one of contributors, external contributors to this article published in Rehabilitation Journal. They considered different types of mistakes, and of course, misconduct, research misconduct is main reason of retraction. So good authors should learn how to report science to avoid retractions. They should know about guidance from International Committee of Medical Journal Editors. All authors, reviewers, and editors should familiarize themselves with updated guidance of this important editorial association. And editors also should distinguish ethical and unethical overlapped publications. There are some differences. Acceptable secondary publication, when editors of primary and secondary publications, publishing houses are informed about reasons for submitting the same things to journal. PLOS One, Public Libraries One, publishes a lot of corrections because they have some unique problems with peer review. They check methodological quality, publish, and then ask reviewers to reevaluate. So there is article about all types of mistakes. Usually it's fraud, intentional or unintentional mistakes, plagiarism, overlaps, or duplications, legal concerns related to copyrights, absence of ethics approval. Some articles may be waived by reviewer boards, but it's always good to submit articles with information about approval of international institutional review board. And of course, there are different types of retractions based on author or editor mistakes. Even US and China, they also have mistakes in their published articles, journals, but some reasons of retractions are different. Let's say we often deal with retractions from India due to simple or plain plagiarism. In US, plagiarism is more concealed, more related to plagiarism of ideas, plagiarism by peer reviewers. So concealed, very difficult to detect. Retracted items on PubMed. These are usually, these are common in open access era because everything is on display. Readers can read, compare with other their own publications, and spot plagiarism or problems, other problems. Retractions are not new. It's not new phenomenon. You probably know about book burning in Nazi Germany, or retraction or banning of horror movies, horror films because of some video passages or video clips. But we think that even centuries ago, retraction was known to those who were drawing, writing on stones. We now have access to Retraction Watch, and all today's participants are also encouraged to follow Retraction Watch threads on social media, on Twitter, Facebook, and learn from mistakes of others. One of the memorable mistake is mistake of multiple retractions by the same authors. Here is an example of orthopedic surgeon, Italian surgeon, non-Anglophone surgeon, who committed misconduct and published plagiarized review articles, more than 10 review articles by Springer Journal. And all these plagiarized reviews were later on retracted because Authenticate or anti-plagiarism software detected plagiarism. When it, so all publishers nowadays use Authenticate, but there are still some retractions due to simple textual plagiarism. Here is example of Rheumatismo journal by article written by big names in rheumatology. However, one of these co-authors is novice author who committed plagiarism and copied large chunks of text from primary article, and it was retracted. Another example of retraction, good journal, relatively good journal, OncoTarget, and the article was written by Chinese rheumatologists on polymorphisms. You see, you should know that some topics are prone to retractions. And of course, when we see submissions from Italy, from China, on genetic polymorphism, we should be very careful with quality, with chances of copying. And this article was also retracted because it wasn't initially, it was not properly checked by reviewers, and credibility was low, conclusions were poorly validated, sample size was small, and readers spotted all these mistakes and asked chief editor to retract this poorly checked article. Another example, again by Chinese authors who submitted to another top journal, scientific journal, and this article was retracted. You can see again, it's about laboratory medicine and about biomarkers or markers, and it's a recent example of retraction. It's a retraction of translated plagiarism. Chinese authors initially published something in their local journal in Chinese, then translated in English and submitted the same scientific report to another journal without informing editor about primary publication in Chinese journal. Of course, it was unethical and it was retracted. Some authors commit unethical behavior repetitively. So once thief, always thief, we know about this proverb, so we should be very careful. We also should know about blacklisted authors, those who committed unethical conduct in other journals. So we often also may encounter this type of authors. You see, author from Japan, Japanese authors also sometimes commit unethical conduct, fabricate or do not disclose essential scientific information. But there are also some problems with even German or Western authors in anesthesiology. This author had more than 80 retractions. So strange. Example from non-Anglophone environment from Kazakhstan. Kazakhstani author did research, so-called Me Too research. He obtained original data, but his English was poor. He reused American authors' text, put his own data, and published something in a good Springer journal. Of course, this article was published initially, then checked by readers and was retracted. Here you can see that example. There is an example in biochemistry from East Europe. You can see the article was published in one of the top biochemical journals, co-published by Springer Nature, and it was partially retracted because of plagiarism of some data or misconduct in some parts. So partial retraction is also possible. Here you see that example in biochemistry. The same example can happen also with other biochemists, let's say in your country. I'll present that example. You see this example in dentistry. Surgeons, dentistry specialists also sometimes commit ethical misconduct, so publish something, and then here you see simple example of copying, blunt copying, plagiarism. Another example, specific example of publishing something in Public Library of Science 1, poorly checked, but again retracted because readers spotted mistakes in laboratory medicine. So some mistakes are common, some mistakes are very didactic. So we should learn from these mistakes and avoid this type of mistakes. Any comments, any questions up to this moment?
Yes, we have a question from Tsetso.
Svetoslav.
Yes,
Georgiev.
Svetoslav Georgiev. Yes, dear Professor Gasparyan, we now understand the most common reasons of retraction, but what triggers this labor-intensive retraction process? competing author letter to the editor or something else, should we alert the editor if we detect an error or inaccuracy?
Yes, in some countries in Eastern Europe, it's not common practice to retract. This is why on PubMed we have only few retractions from Eastern Europe. I mean, not just your country, but also other countries. Why is that? Because for decades, main aim of publishing something was to publish something and avoid post-publication communication, to get credits just for publications. In Western countries, authors also get credits for post-publication communication, social media promotion. So if you start promoting your articles or your journal articles post-publications, you can also get constructive criticisms, and some of these criticism can lead to retractions. Usually when readers spot or pick major comments, major errors, or big mistakes, retraction is the only way to clean or to correct literature. Usually, retraction starts by spotting something by readers, informing chief editor or publisher about mistakes, then trying to consider whether correction is possible. If impossible, then retraction is the only workable solution. Of course, readers, authors, chief editor, and publisher should take part in the whole retraction process. Thank you for your excellent question. Over to you.
Yeah, Armen, thank you very much. This presentation is really important for authors who should be aware of reasons for retractions, because it's good to prevent retraction. Thank you very much for your very useful information.
Thank you, Dr. Zimba and Dr. Gasparian for inviting me to this webinar today. And Ulina, looking at that video, I felt like I'm already in your city. Thank you for sharing that. So today we'll be talking about the slightly offbeat and unconventional topic, that is social media in academia, and how it can make a difference to your career. I have no disclosures. So we will run through this topic covering various aspects such as the numerous platforms available, the metrics for success on social media, what is the researcher profile, the tips and tricks to get it right, and what are the academic misadventures which are possible over social media and how you should avoid them. So what are these platforms? As we just saw, Ulina shared her Facebook page. So as we can guess, that is popular in the Ukraine and Eastern Europe. And Twitter is another thing which is famous world over, although I'm not so sure about Ukraine, but it is big in most other parts of the world. Apart from that, there are various platforms which are dedicatedly for academia, like Mendeley, ResearchGate, LinkedIn. There are many more, but we'll not clutter you with names to start with. And yesterday I did a tiny search and found that VKontakte and Odnoklasniki, they are popular in Ukraine. I hope I got their names right. And in India, we use a lot of WhatsApp, and in China, WeChat is popular. So increasingly, with more use of these personal platforms like WhatsApp, the boundaries between personal and professional life are getting blurred. And COVID has further enhanced that. A lot of data is being circulated over these platforms, and now even the personal messenger platforms are being used for social media and academia. So this brings us to the question that why do we need this? In fact, even the metrics are being changed from the conventional citation metrics, as Professor Gasparian just talked about, alt metrics, which we'll talk about in a minute. So Primarily, this is for the convenience of it. There's borderless communication, as we see here today. The ease and how quick it is, as none other mechanism of communication. So we might as well say that the old mantra that is publish or perish can now, in this new digital age, it can be replaced with be found or perish. Moreover, researchers have moved online, and I would say life has moved online overall. Uh, Everything is online these days. And to answer this question, there's another very important aspect we need to consider. Why do we do research? So it could be because your brain is always up to riddles, and there's a query in your brain. Okay, maybe this pathway is causing this particular disease, or you want to find a means to an end. Suppose you want to do a test you want to measure something, a particular blood test, and you want to do it by the best possible method. You want to find out which kit is the best, so you want to do this research. Or maybe you are using some particular methods, you're doing something already, like you're treating with particular drug, but there are a lot of side effects. You want to change the dose of the drug, or you want to change the regimen, or just it's a metric for career growth. So in all of these, there are various realms of communication for the researcher. And one is within the academic community, where we discuss, like we're doing today in this webinar, via scientific papers or seminars or conferences. But there's also a sense of responsibility, which as researchers and people in academia, we owe to the society. And this communication takes place during events, as blogs, primarily as news, both print and online news, and nowadays social media, which is the quickest and the most widespread means of communication. For example, this is a research paper which is not yet published. It is archived on as a preprint, and it's a systematic review of the smartphone applications available for COVID and how good they are, the rating using the mobile app rating scale. So this is something which will be useful not just to doctors because they will recommend it to their patients, but it will also be useful to the general public or to public health authorities. So even before this, we've had a series of rejections for this paper, but it has been picked up at the Center of Disease Control as a news item. And now if we look at its altmetric scores, this is not a great score, but I saw it was online only yesterday, only 2 days back, and only retweeted by 7, the abstract read by 351, and the PDF downloaded by 70, which is a big number considering I have not even tweeted about this. So sometimes our research, we need to go away from these conventional metrics and look at the alternative metrics. So the conventional metrics, we'll run through them quickly. Bibliometrics is citation. So you write a paper and your paper is cited in another paper, which takes years to accumulate. And sometimes it's by the time it happens, you're 10 years down the line, your research interests have changed and you're old or you're no more working in academia. A lot can change in that time. The minimum time for a citation to come, usually, not in these unusual COVID times, but usually it's at least a span of like 10 to 12 months. And then we have webometrics. If you have something published in a particular URL, how many other URLs access that link? So that is the other metric. And then usage metrics like downloads, visits, reads. So altmetrics, I'm not sure, am I audible? So altmetrics typically, right.
You would like to share your computer sound?
Now, am I audible? Because my current just went off.
Yes, I can
Yes, we
hear you.
Latika.
Right. So, so the other metrics here would be altmetrics, which are alternative metrics and include most of these. So even the Declaration on Research Assessment held in San Francisco, the meeting, they recommend eliminating or complementing the use of journal-based metrics with other range of performance measures such as the altmetrics. So why do we need these new metrics? mainly because peer review is slow, inefficient, takes time, and citations are limited only to those people who write. So not everyone in the community writes, you know, even among your peers, not everyone will be writing. There's so many doctors, so many researchers, so many people outside the researcher community, and they would not be citing, even though your article may be liked by them, recommended by them, or be useful to them. And the impact factor, maybe we can keep this discussion to another day, but the impact factor can be easily manipulated. It is prone to fallacies and abuse by the authors as well as editors. So none of these are perfect metrics, and thus we need something more dynamic and more technology modeled and more recent to match current times, like downloads, the number of tweets, or something which can have greater impact on the scientific community with greater ease of communication and education, like YouTube. So what are altmetrics? These are attention to research from non-traditional sources, as you would have gathered by now, like policy documents, news, blogs, and social media. And they're indicators of research impact, and they're here to complement, I would say at best, not replace traditional metrics, but definitely worth use for complementing. So while the traditional academic attention to the journal impact factor and the number of publications, these capture a broader attention scale from mentioned social media, Wikipedia, and other sources, as we'll see in a minute. So this is your scientific cycle of attention to research. Normally, if you were to publish at this point, months down the line, the bibliometrics will start to accumulate, and that is if you're lucky or you did a good job. But now, within hours, okay, if you find the first mention on social media, you could be the first person, your friends could be it, or it could be your colleagues, or someone who likes the article as soon as it goes online. And within days, it may be picked up by other sources like blog posts, news. Attention is what you get. And sometimes it can be quality attention, as we'll see later. So the high online visibility of an article, it has the potential to draw attention not only to the authors, but also to the study and also to the journal. So even journals are endorsing this metric. And a brief word about the history of this unique term. It was a random tweet by this gentleman called Jason Prim, who said he likes the term article level metrics, but it doesn't reflect the diversity. So maybe alternate metrics or alt metrics. And this gentleman then went on to co-found Impact Story. So this is another portal which provides metrics of social media presence. And this is a startup of his own, which now can offer some unique services, like you can generate your CV, and when you have your ORCID ID and your publication synced into a system, and the system is generating it for you, it lends greater credibility to your work, because it's like a certification. Okay, this work is out there online, and you have downloaded it. It's not like you are saying I've done it and they need to verify. The other thing is there are many portals for altmetrics. So one is the Altmetric Donut, which is typically provided by the altmetrics.com. And then there are various others like the PlumX, which we'll talk about in a minute. And then PLOS Journals, this is a group of publishing group, which also provides article level metrics, which are only limited to the PLOS publications. Impact Story, which I just talked about. And all of these are unique and offer some finer and different kind of metrics, which we'll go through in some time. Apart from this, it's important not to confuse with the aggregators. So the aggregators like Mendeley, or you might be familiar with ResearchGate or academia.edu. So these pick up the various scores from the other altmetric portals, and they congest and digest the information, and in a condensed form, they provide it as a unique score on your profile. So this is the altmetric donut, and it has various colors and a central score. The central score, the bigger it is, the higher the impact of your article. And then these colors, they usually depict different sources, as we will see in the next slide. The advantage is that it's real time, it's really quick, you know, every time there's a click, it gets updated, it's synced in with the servers, and context, it tells you what is the source. So if it's a patent document, or if it's just Twitter, if it's LinkedIn, you know, it has different connotation, and you can see that at a glance. If the blue part is bigger, it means your article has gone big on Twitter. While if the red part is bigger, oh, it is being used for patents, which has a different implication altogether. Then it's broad, it covers diverse areas, And it may be the only metric if you're a young researcher, because you haven't got that time to accumulate traditional citations yet. So this was started as a London-based startup by Yuan Adi in 2011. And as you can see, the different colors, you need not typically identify them, except maybe Twitter, which is big on these days, especially in life sciences as well as social sciences. So usually below the altmetric donut, if you hover your cursor, you will see the breakup of what each color stands for and even the numerical value. But even the breadth of each color will give you a broad idea. And also, if you're that researcher who is very curious on what are people saying about my research, then this altmetric donut can also give you the Twitter demographics of people who have tweeted about your research. And you can see if you were present only locally on the social media platforms and how you can change this dynamic. So there are methods to manipulate that and increase your presence across the globe, which we'll talk about later in this webinar. So a quick word about altmetrics. It doesn't just provide you the altmetric donut, but various other services. So there's something called the bookmarklet. So you just add that to your browser, and now you hover your cursor over any paper and you can see their altmetric details. And you can add badges. So for your own articles, you download the altmetric badge. If one of your articles has done exceptionally well on social media, download that badge and you can attach that to your CV. And then you have the altmetric API, which is like a PubMed database, you know, like we can query that database for articles based on their impact scores, how much was their social media presence. And clearly the data there would be very different from what we get on PubMed or the traditional search engines. So the other altmetrics indicator is this PlumX Analytics. So this is another startup which has gone big and now has been endorsed by various universities and funding agencies. The unique part about this is it makes measurable what was immeasurable. You are supposed a very dedicated researcher and you do a lot, but you know, your articles are all in press or everything is coming out, not getting cited yet. Or maybe your paper had just a clinical relevance. It changed practice, but no one has cited it. So what do we do? So it will make visible what was invisible. And if you want to tell what was your impact in the past 12 months, so citations typically take 12 months to accumulate, and what is clinical impact of your research, and you want to write a grant, but you have nothing to write in your CV because everything just came out and it's just getting noticed. So how will you assess and evaluate such research and increase its visibility? PlumX might be the index for such people. So these are the typical metrics offered by PlumX, which includes usage, citations, social media, mentions, and captures. So usage is a unique indicator which combines all of these. If anyone clicked, viewed your article, downloaded it, put it into a library, or played a video. Capture is when they saved it to refer to later, like bookmarks, or made it a favorite, or saved in a reference manager. So this, they say, is the best indicator that correlates with citations at a later point. And then others like social media presence, which can be blog posts. It separates out the social media from the other like blog posts. And then citations. So here in citations, PlumX has a unique indicator, especially for the life sciences. You have the clinical citations, which is not a part of any of the other altmetrics indices. So typically they say that basic research or laboratory research is cited much more than clinical research. For example, you take the topmost journals, Science, Nature, they all publish basic research. Because clinical research is based on basic research, every basic research will be cited at least like 3 to 4 times before a clinical research is published. But what do we do if you're doing clinical research? If you're a young researcher, you may not have laboratory support. You will only be doing clinical research. So if your citation is picked up in a clinical policy document or any sort of clinical paper, then that counts as a clinical citation and is a very useful metric for young researchers. Now, correlation with citations, if you're in love with citations, definitely this is one question which you should ask. And it is variable. So people have shown no correlation, or some have shown correlation around 0.6. So it depends what is your source. So if you're taking the total altmetric score, obviously it's not going to correlate directly with citation, right? Because you're also measuring who liked your research. Is it someone on social media? It may be your neighbor, it may be a patient, So they're not going to publish, they're not going to give you citations. But if it is on Mendeley, where you only have academicians or F1000s, we're going to talk about this in a minute. So this is a community, curated community of pure academicians, and even that they have stratified by medicine and scientists. And these people, obviously, if it is noticed by this crowd, then there's an excellent correlation. Apart from that, a brief word about funding agencies. So if you're trying to secure grants, then Plumex, some funding opportunities, they merge with Plumex, and the future they're saying is could be you getting prompts based on your profile and the funding agency getting prompts about your profile. So what we call as precision medicine, this is precision funding. And then feedback, peer review and feedback is very important, and metrics. They give you day-to-day data on how you're performing. For example, hey, Mike, your weekly stats, Monday you were down, you did not really tweet. So, you know, sometimes feedback, you become lax, and this does help. It shapes behavior. It is essential for any human growth. So to summarize, we have different tools like Altmetrics, and you're familiar now with the donut. We have the Plumex Analytics, which gives you a whole range of other measures. And then we have this impact story, which we did not delve into so deep, but it gives you some unique metrics like whether your paper was highly recommended, it was highly cited, highly saved. And there's also something called highly discussed, which again can be a very useful metric, especially if you want to generate more hypotheses out of your research, or you want a post-publication peer review. So a word of caution, you have to select the type of metric based on the impact that you're trying to investigate. Not every metric is for everything, and it should not trump peer reviewed, only complement it. Besides, it can be a measure of the academic impact depending on the source. So if you're using F1000 prime reviews, it reflects academic impact, while if you're using social media, it may be a measure of societal impact. So more information is needed based on the user groups that are present in your particular altmetric score. You need to remember that the numbers do not tell you the quality of the paper or the quality of the researchers, and they do not alone tell you the entire story. So in total, you can assert your value using these social media platforms, benchmark your progress, and also communicate more effectively. Now, if you were to ask me, okay, I don't like social media, and which social media could I choose? There are so many. I would say most of these sciences are big on Twitter these days, and there's a huge presence on Twitter. Maybe that's the one you may like to choose. So a word about the Twitter game. We all know how Twitter works. So you tweet, suppose you tweet about your article and someone else tweets about it. And then that is a disseminator. That person has disseminated your tweet. But there's some people who aggressively tweet. So they'll tweet, they have a lot of followers, and then they will tag other people. So they're really broadcasting your message. So now it's getting more exposure. There could also be some people who add a message to your tweet. So they discuss about it. So they're the orators. They spark a discussion. Or suppose someone starts a journal club based on your paper. So that increases your engagement. Then we have people like influencers who have great social media presence, like Dr. Eric Topol is a cardiologist and a researcher, author, and editor. And such people, if they were to tweet about your research, then that's an influencer. So people have shown that clearly the citation rate, it increases depending on what kind of engagement and exposure you're having, meaning the lowest here to slightly higher here. More higher here, you can see the orators or the discussing people are the most important. which articles make a bigger impact. So now if I were to ask you like 20 minutes into this discussion, which article made a big impact? One with citations, widely discussed in social web, one with a lot of downloads, and articles discussed on networks. So maybe it's all of them in different ways, and we need to change our outlook. So a few more words about Twitter. If you're young and you want to build your Twitter account, maybe spare just 5 to 10 minutes every day. It's a game of patience. And there are various schemes which can help you enhance your presence. So the use of hashtags is one, because Twitter is a wide universe. And who would know who's talking about what? So you use hashtags. Suppose you're talking about rheumatology or about arthritis or about social sciences, suppose history of India, then you need to tag history in India, because people wouldn't know in that wide Twitter universe, your data is likely to get lost. Then you could mention, suppose you know a researcher, I'm talking about journal editing, so I tag Professor Gasparian. And yes, then his circle would notice that he's got tagged and he might retweet. So it leads to, wider dissemination of your tweet. You need to engage. So if you just retweet, it's a bland dissemination where you can sprinkle flavor with your thoughts. So that is one of the ideology behind the usage of bots versus social media editors. So certain journals were using bots earlier. So what do bots do? They are good, but only to a certain extent. They'll just retweet. They would not typically condense the message or add the human interpretation to it. So that's where the engagement factor, which is one of the most important in translating your research into citations, comes in. If someone is engaging with your research or the Twitter message is engaging, then that makes a big difference. Apart from this, you can meet other researchers, collaborate with people. You can directly message them, DM, and you should always embed URLs, because the URLs are the one which provide link to the article and bump up your score on the altmetrics donut. Then these are technical terms like retweet, modified retweet, where you modify, so you have a responsibility to write modified RT. People should know that you have only modified, not intellectually contributed so much, and a quote RT where it's like verbatim. So journal clubs is another way. So you have an interactive base there. So someone starts a discussion on a particular article with some questions and comments. It is engaging. So these are other techniques to get more attention on social media. And then if you're tired and you have so many social media platforms, suppose you're a social media editor and you handle 2 journals, you can't tweet so much, and there's Facebook, there's Instagram, and you have to write the same stuff. So then you can use third-party servers like Hootsuite or TweetDeck. So these can sync all your social media profiles, and you create one common post. And the added advantage is you can also schedule these posts. So I want to write a tweet now. It's 8 a.m. in India, but it may be 4 a.m. in Ukraine. No one is going to read it. And social media is so abuzz with activity. By the time people in Ukraine wake up, the tweet will be much lower down. No one's going to read it. So you can schedule your tweets like at an hourly difference. And today I sit and give 20 minutes and I create tweets for the next 15 days. So that is possible through these third-party facilities. Also, there are Twitter courses like one by ULAR, the various other ones, and you could be looking out for those to prune your skills further. The other thing which is very important is even in a randomized controlled trial, people have shown that personal accounts for tweeting. So you may think that I am just a person. What will happen if I tweet? No, actually, this is what enhances engagement. Even for journals, they like to have a network of social media editors or other editors who are really discussing the research. Because whenever there's a conversation, the human mind is attracted to it and they want to know, okay, what's going on? It is also vital to have a decent profile for it to attract the right kind of academic attention. So you should really put out there what you're trying to convey. So first, there should be a profile picture. Ideally, it should be maybe bigger than this. Your face should be visible. You should be identifiable. There should be a cover photo. Ideally, it could be a rheumatology photo or academia, books, papers. And then your real name should really come out on Twitter, because this is your identity. This is as good as a public researcher profile. And then you add a location, you add a URL. So what do you want to put here? It is a researcher profile. So maybe I can add ResearchGate, or I can add LinkedIn, any of the professional profiles. You're not going to put something personal like Facebook or Instagram there. The other thing is so if you're a social media editor, you want to know other social media editors. So it's good to put it out there and with a hashtag. And if you are managing some pages, then it's good to put it out there. Why? Because suppose there's a problem with one of these pages, then this adds accountability. People can contact you. They can tell you, okay, this is wrong with this page. And you're also more transparent in your actions. Then if there are certain areas of research which you're interested in, it's good to put them out there so that the relevant people can contact you for collaborations. Adding a birthday is not mandatory, it's personal, so you can always leave that out. And once you're happy, you should click Save Changes. So apart from this, there is unsaid advantages to this approach. So sometimes you get free access as part of promotions, like the Journal of Clinical Rheumatology launches its paid journal, subscription only, but every fortnightly they release some articles for promotions and you may get access. Then you get feedback on your articles, post-publication peer review, and it's very quick. And you may have the right people give you that, because if you use the right hashtags, maybe experts in that area might look up your article and you get some useful feedback, which fuels further direction of research and transforms it. And obviously you get opinions, and this leads to new ideas. And apart from that, there are analytics on Twitter. So you can always switch to business profile and get the analytics, and it will show you how much you've done in one particular day period. It'll show you the engagement rate, the impressions. So these are all different metrics which you may like to familiarize yourself with once you're deeper into this. Even Facebook has an analytic guide. And one thing which I like to show you here is the times of social media activities. So this is unique to Facebook. And this really gives you an idea of what time of the day your crowd is active, and you want to particularly post all your data out there in that time zone. You don't want to do it in this post-prandial 3 p.m. time and people will not notice it. You do it in the morning from 6 to 9. So bang on, you get it right into their heads. And then pictures always speak more than words. So you can use infographics. So authors, this is a concept which is catching up, and usually infographics are by companies or you have to pay for those. But this is something as an author you could take up on yourself, because it gives you concise information on your paper like a story. It takes your eyes on a predefined journey. It is structured and gives a very clear message. It should also be visually appealing, and accuracy is extremely vital for any kind of academic performance. For example, it has been seen many times over that tweets with pictorial representations had a higher engagement, such as this on levamisole-induced vasculitis. It had the highest number of impressions. You could see pictures with photo versus pictures with link alone, and if you did not even have a link, then the engagement would be much lower. So always use pictures, and pictures which convey a good message. Now there are many user groups on this Twitter universe, and same holds good for pretty much all social media platforms, but these are certain metrics or terminologies which you may like to familiarize yourself with. One is the node size. So it is the number of accounts which are associated with a particular term, like professor, university is a bigger node, professor obviously smaller, science is a big node. And then here in the personal sphere, you see scientist is a smaller one. And in the topics and collectives, you see research and health and person, they're bigger nodes. So these are the nodes you may want to target when you tweet. And you also want to make sure you're in the right node, depending on what message you're trying to deliver. If you're trying to discuss a randomized control trial, this is the node you want to be in. But if you're trying to deliver a message of public health interest, then maybe you want to be somewhere in the blue or the pink zone. So with time, you can know how to maneuver your way out there and use hashtags which are trending to fixate yourself and move right into the right kind of zone. And again, this data set shows you that public comprises the largest proportion of users on Twitter, and scientists are a mere 18%. So you need to know where you're going, and you will get to know that from your feed and analytics. And once you're deep into it, you'll figure it out. The other important aspect is that patients have a larger presence in this current time, more so during COVID, when everyone is in the confines of their home and only have the social media and other internet-based technologies to reach out. So even for a rare disease like myositis, we have big patient communities like this international network with 1,500 patients. So sometimes you want to deliver a message to patients, or you want to teach them something, or you want to learn something from them, understand their needs. So there's this conversation with patients which you can have out there, like you can form patient support groups. So because patient communities can help each other out way better than you can support them. So the comfort of talking to a patient can be unique, and these kind of services are the added advantage of social media in current times. So there are very many ways in which social media can influence academia. Now everyone is embracing telemedicine, so increasing community outreach and borderless care. Your data is out there, so it's all a resource for AI. It may help in the future in some ways, or could even be a problem which only time will answer. And if you want to look out for ancillary services, it's very easy to connect with your patients and pass them on the links or the accessory information. It reduces the burden and is a financially sustainable model. For example, this is bordering more into use of technology in science, but then some apps do sync, like this Mount Sinai Health System developed an asthma app, which can help patients track their changes and then sync it with the doctor's devices and transfer the information out there. So the future may be a formation of patient support communities and patient-reported outcome measures, something which could come up through the appropriate use of social media. Apart from that, a brief word about researcher profile. So if you should always have a researcher profile which reflects your body of work, the areas of interest, so you get the right collaborators. You must be visible to the right audience. It can help garner grant funding, and sometimes you get CV badges on some of these websites. We'll see that in a minute. So if you invest time today, it may be to form foundation for the future. Like this is Publons, which is typically for reviews, but researcher profiles here can showcase if you've had some awards, like peer review awards. So these would be showcased here. It can also show your publication impact in a graphical format for a viewer to get a hang of it. Okay, this person is active only since 2018. Before that, they were not. So this is a nose researcher in some ways. And then you have this dashboard summary where you can export a Publon CV. So most of the other portals like ResearchGate, Impact Story, so these do provide such services where you can export a CV and you can add that to your CV. F1000 Research, we've talked about this already. Again, this is a curated community of academicians. So it has senior level academicians and associate professor level academicians. They've now divided into medicine and science, so they have branched out. And there is a workspace. The workspace typically helps in collaborations and specialty where you offer advice relevant to your particular field. So after all this, there's some homework for you. Today, go and register on ORCID if you have not. So ORCID identifies your work and links it to one particular ID so that it's trackable and easy, especially if you have a common name, then it will eliminate many of your problems. Then Impact Story, you could go there, create a CV and add that link to your original CV. You may explore other accounts like ResearchGate, Mendeley, Google Scholar, Twitter, or Facebook. So that you could create a Facebook profile, which is a public profile. It could be a page because Facebook doesn't allow duplicate profiles. And then you can add an altmetric tab and get details on altmetrics for your various published articles. And if one is worth sharing, you get that badge and import that to your CV. So it's important to be mindful of the pitfalls. There's a lot of information out there. There's also misinformation. People have called it the infodemic related to the COVID virus. There's a lot of chaos. So you don't want to be part of all this. And if you're an academician, it's your responsibility to share only verified information. Again, misinterpretation is easy. over social media platforms, and you cannot be out there all the time to clarify everything. So it's important to read carefully, write carefully, avoid typos, avoid errors. Data ownership can be a huge problem. So if you're sharing something, make sure the copyright lies with you. If you're a social media editor or if you're an author, you need to see if you have the right to share the full text over social media. Breach of patient privacy. If you're describing a case, you cannot share patient details without their consent. If you're sharing pictures, again, they're subject to copyright issues and you may need to draw your own figures or modify them as appropriate. Then there are instances of technological failure, which we're all familiar with and just saw an example of. And there are other problems which we encounter once in a while. So the take-home message for today is social media presence can really boost your academic performance and unconventional metrics are in. So it's time to endorse borderless communication and collaborations, but be wary of academic misadventures.
Dear Latika, thank you very much for your excellent presentation. I believe that after your presentation, everybody will open at least Twitter account. Thank you very much for your useful advice. And it looks like we have one question from our participant. What is your opinion? What about time management? There are so many social media platforms. Which one is the most important for post-publication article promotion?
So in my experience of the past 1.5 years, I would say that yes, it is time consuming. So, but consistency is the key. So maybe dedicating a little bit of time every day, maybe 5 minutes should be okay. So maybe you can put time to your task. It's a time task. Okay, I'll do it only from this to this time. And then there's so many profiles, but I see Twitter to have the maximum advantage. I use Hootsuite. Hootsuite is useful because it creates posts for 3 different streams. It can do it for more than 3 social media platforms, but you need to get a subscription for more than 3. And the best feature is you can time your posts. So if I said today, I can time my post for the next week or 15 days and be in different time zones, even when I'm sleeping, but they'll be active. And also in the tags, it allows you to choose which social media platform you want to use to tag, because the post language will be the same, but you will add a tag and the username, like suppose I want to tag Olena Zimba, her name on Twitter may be different from the name on Facebook. So you can choose Twitter there because Twitter is the one where you gain the maximum advantage. So I really feel that is how you can make time. And to be honest, a lot of my teaching, learning has shifted online, and a lot of time articles are discussed or they come over email. And even before that, I've read them on Twitter. So this is something which may gain greater importance in the times to come and is an investment I'd say is worth considering.
How much time do you spend on social media every day in average? How much time do you spend?
Well, I wouldn't record that. So, but I don't think more than 10 to 15 minutes, even that should suffice. You will get some advantage and something is better than nothing. I would not say exceed 20 under any circumstance.
Latika, thank you very much for elegant presentation, very informative, very useful, particularly for non-Anglophone authors who rarely use social media. So hopefully we'll have more Twitter users who will support us in our academic life for promotion of journal articles. I know that your journal, Journal of Clinical Rheumatology, improved its impact factor. And my guess is that it's because of your input with very highly professional tweets, promotion, expanding network of contributors. So this type of activities are very useful for journal promotion. And I know that also we learn a lot from you, from tweeting experience, your tweeting experience, and hopefully we'll use that experience in our daily life. Thank you very much, Latika.
Thank
so
you,
much.
Latika.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Так, доктор Арман.
Latika and everyone can stay until the end of this webinar if they wish. If not, if they can leave at any moment. So I think second presenter should be Tatiana.
Durga Misra,
Can
according
we
to our
slightly
agenda.
change?
Of
Can we
course, of
slightly
course, of
change our
course.
program and give floor to Tatiana?
Of course, it's a good idea.
Yeah.
So, okay, I will start. Let
Yes.
me begin let me open my presentation.
Yes.
Just a moment. So, Olena, do you see my presentation?
Yes, I can see your presentation.
Yes,
Everything is okay. Yes.
And you hear me? Okay,
Yes,
so
yes,
I will
everything is
start.
fine.
Yes, I'm going to speak about common English language and punctuation mistakes of non-Anglophone authors. And in this presentation, I will first try to identify and explain typical language mistakes in English research writing. I will also provide examples of these mistakes, and these examples are mostly taken from the manuscripts of research articles produced by Ukrainian researchers working in various branches of biology. So I have been collecting these examples of mistakes for years as a teacher of English for research purposes and as a researcher of scientific communication. And certainly I will try to share some helpful pieces of advice. So on the screen, you see the areas of common mistakes. Common mistakes made by non-Anglophone researchers can be quite different. And I tried to classify them under a number of categories. You see these categories on the screen. I will try to cover the most typical mistakes belonging to each of these categories. That is, I will speak about grammar mistakes, stylistic mistakes, textual coherence mistakes. Coherence means звязность, textual in Ukrainian. I will translate some terms and expressions. And also I will speak about punctuation and spelling mistakes. Let me begin with grammar mistakes. The most typical grammar mistake is that related to the word order. You know, all of you know, that the word order of English is rather strict, and its schematic structure is shown on the slide. So the majority of English sentences follow the structure: subject plus predicate plus object plus adverbial modifiers. Or in Ukrainian, підмет, присудок, додаток і різні типи обставин. So this structure is rather strict. However, in the Ukrainian, our native language, we have a different word order. Our word order is free, and we can put subject either or before the predicate. And when we try to write in English, we bring with us our native patterns. We bring them into our English writing. And even those researchers who know English rather well still often make mistakes related to the word order. You see the example on the screen I will read it aloud, in a 25 milliliter standard flask were placed solutions. So the wrong part of the sentence is shown in red color, and the corrected version contains the same part but in the green color. You see that in the corrected version, the subject solutions is placed before the predicate. So this is an easy rule. However, many researchers forget about it. So my first piece of advice for you is to always check the position of the subject and predicate in your English sentence. So the subject should precede the predicate, and then you are sure to produce correct English texts. Now, another type of a grammar mistake, use of inappropriate passive forms. In Ukrainian language, we have many verbs which have a passive meaning. For example, in such a sentence as дослідження зосереджено на розгляді таких-то проблем, the predicate implies a passive meaning. And not surprisingly, we produce such sentences as you see on the screen. For example, the present paper is focused on cryopreservation of conifer seeds. So its focus is not very bad grammatically, but it's much better to write the present paper focuses and to use an active form which adds dynamism to our writing. And the same example, or the example of the same type you also see on the screen. So the verb correlate, to correlate is always used in the active form. So it is not is or are correlated, but correlates. I want to emphasize once again that these examples are real examples. That is, they are taken from the manuscripts of the papers produced by Ukrainian researchers. And they are quite common and numerous in the papers of Ukrainian researchers. Now let me come over to stylistic mistakes. The easiest mistake is related to the inappropriate use of contractions. You all know that we can contract the verbal forms. We say don't instead of do not, or didn't instead of did not, or won't instead of will not. However, such contractions are good for oral speech. Informal writing, and English research writing is a formal one. We need to avoid such contracted forms. So it's much better to write they do not lose instead of they don't lose, and did not yield or yielded no instead of didn't yield. So my piece of advice for you is to avoid contracted verbal forms in the research writing. Now, another type of a stylistic mistake is related to the use of informal vocabulary. So you also perhaps know that many words in the English language can be informal and have their equivalents in formal style. For example, the verb to get. We all know it. It's quite usual. It's quite a usual verb. So we can say we got interesting research data, but it's better to use a formal equivalent and to write we obtained interesting research data. The same concerns such a popular expression as a lot of. A lot of is generally okay, but it's better to write numerous in a research article. And also it's advisable to avoid so. I have noticed that you in their writing, but again, so is good in everyday speech, although it's better to replace by thus or therefore in research writing. You see that I have replaced so by thus. Maybe some other connectors are possible here. Now, another stylistic mistake is that of inappropriate position of adverbs. We know that adverbs, прислівники, are often put after the verbal forms, like you see in the first example. Plant seeds from the introduced flora were studied rarely. So rarely it's an adverb which stands after the verbal form, after were studied. For research writing, it's better to put rarely inside a verbal form. So the correct version is were rarely studied. And the same example, the example of the same type you see below, it has been shown clearly, and it has been shown clearly is replaced by it has clearly been shown. So clearly is again placed inside the verbal form. This position of the adverb is called a middle position or mid position. So please always put your adverbs inside the verbal forms when you write your articles in English. Now, a few words about textual coherence problems. So textual coherence is usually achieved through the use of logical connectors. Logical connectors are words and expressions that establish logical relationships between ideas in a sentence or sentences. We use logical connectors in the Ukrainian language as well. For example, we all use such words as завдяки, тому що, and many others of this type. English logical connectors can be quite diverse. I have put on the slide several categories which are most important for research writing. You see them, I will go through them very quickly. So the first category, particularly important for research writing, is that of cause and effect, причина и наслідок. You see the example of such connectors as due to, because of, since. I'm sure you know all of them. Then the next category is concession, поступка in Ukrainian. Nevertheless, тим не менше, despite, незважаючи на, however, проте, однак. Summation, the category of summation is exemplified by overall and on the whole. I'm sure you know these connectors. They mean загалом. Then the category of addition is realized via such connectors as furthermore and moreover, більше того, in addition, на додачу. And the category of intensification has such examples here as a matter of fact or in effect, насправді. It's very useful to compile a list of logical connectors and to keep it at hand when writing in English. This will help you very much. So when you write in English, when you write your research article, if you have a list of connectors, and you can look into this list and pick up those connectors which will help you to express your ideas in the most logical way. I can tell you a small story from my pedagogical experience. For many years, I have been teaching English for research purposes to Ukrainian graduate students who major in sciences. And once I had a bright graduate student who worked in the field of theoretical physics and who was very successful in publishing his research article in international journals. Once I asked him, how do you manage to write so successfully? And he answered, I write as if I were writing in Ukrainian, and then I insert as many logical connectors as possible. Maybe to insert many logical connectors is not the best advice, but still it's worth remembering about their special role. And here you will see an example of the insufficient use of logical connectors. You see two sentences. Meteorological conditions have a negative effect on the seed's germination. The period of seed germination is limited. When I read these two sentences, I immediately felt that something was lacking. I understood that the author, in fact, wanted to build cause and effect relationships, but he or she didn't insert an appropriate logical connector. So I inserted therefore, and immediately the sentences acquired what we call a flow, плинність, плинність думки, плинність висловлення. And such sentences with logical connectors are understandable for readers, and they help them to perceive the research text easy and without any ambiguous interpretations. Now, a few words about metatextual phrases. So there is such a term, metatext. It's a linguistic term, but I'll explain its meaning. So metatext is a text about another text. So metatextual phrases are phrases about the text which we are writing. As an example, I took a sentence from, again, an article written by a researcher from Ukraine. This sentence presents a very popular, a very typical formulation of the research objective, of the research purpose. The demographic population of children in Lviv and the causes of their mortality will be analyzed. So many researchers formulate their aims in this manner, I mean Ukrainian researchers. So I felt I needed to add something, and I added a metatextual phrase. The purpose of this paper is to analyze and to identify. Such phrases help us to organize our writing, to structurize the text, and they also help the readers to understand the text, to perceive it without any ambiguous interpretations again. So my piece of advice for you is the same. It is to compile a list of metatextual phrases and to keep it at hand when writing in English. This will help you not only to write, so to say, construct your research article. I usually practice this with my students, and I will explain the role of metatextual phrases by the example of the whole structure of the English research article. I'm sure all of you know and follow this great structure that was developed in Great Britain in the 17th century. It has a form of the vase because we begin with the introduction with some global issues, then we narrow down to our specific particular case, our particular study, and then again we broaden our ideas because we want to make some generalizations on the level of discussion. So what is very good for us non-Anglophone research writers is that each of these structural parts can be easily realized with the help of metatextual phrases. I have put them on the screen. I will not read them because I'm sure you know many of them. I just only want to say that these metatextual phrases form a kind of a skeleton of the research article. So the word skeleton is certainly used here in metaphorical terms, but indeed they form a skeleton. And if you have these phrases at hand, you can add your own words and your own ideas, and you can construct the article successfully. So you see the phrases related to introduction, then the phrases related to methods, then the phrases related to results. Some of them are very standard, especially in the fields of biology and medicine, such as the data clarify the relationship between, or the findings of the study need to be treated with certain caution. Such phrases are very popular. I would say they're very standard, very conventional. And you see some phrases which help us to write discussion and conclusion sections, such as in general, this research provides implications, further research is needed. So again, I would like to emphasize my piece of advice: compile a list of such phrases and keep it at hand while writing in English. You will find this extremely helpful. Now, a few words about punctuation. Punctuation saves lives. In Ukrainian, we know such a popular phrase, стратити не можна помилувати. And we know that the meaning of this phrase depends upon the place of a comma. The same we have in the English language. If we say, let's eat grandma, and don't put any comma, this means we are suggesting an awful thing, to eat our dear grandma. But if we put a comma after let's eat, this means we invite our grandma to share a meal with us. So obviously punctuation saves lives, and therefore we should be attentive to punctuation. The most general observation is as follows. In English, commas are used less frequently than in Ukrainian. I would say much less frequently. Therefore, the first piece of advice for you is not to overuse commas. You need to consider the use of any comma, because if we put commas in our English texts as if we were putting it into Ukrainian one, we will make our text not enough readable and not enough understandable to a native speaker of English. The most common punctuation mistake which I have detected in the writings of Ukrainian researchers is a comma before that. So that are conjunctions which introduce the so-called relative clauses, підрядні речення. So please remember, never put a comma before that, and you will not make a mistake. As you see, the comma is in red, which means it is not necessary here, and a corrected version of the sentence is given with a green color. Now, commas after logical connectors, phrases, and clauses at the beginning of the sentence. I will explain in turn. So, many logical connectors are placed at the beginning of the sentence, as you see in this example. The rule says that we need to put commas after the logical connectors which are placed at the beginning of the sentence. So in this particular sentence, we need to put comma after thus. Thus, the seeds collected from elite trees should be stored in optimal conditions. Then, in the second example, we have the so-called infinitival phrase, infinitive изворот, at the beginning of the sentence. To establish the optimal correlation, we research the influence of acidity on. So we need to put a comma after this infinitival phrase. And finally, if we have a clause at the beginning of a sentence, we also need to put a comma. The word clause means підрядне речення. So you see this clause at the beginning of the sentence. While the molecular mechanisms of this phenomenon are still unclear, we need to put a comma. Okay, now a few words about the apostrophe. You all know that the Ukrainian language has the same punctuation mark, so we also use apostrophe in our language. There are many rules for the use of the apostrophe in English. The most common mistake, as far as I have found, is related to the use of the apostrophe with names. So if we have two names like Watson and Crick, yes, and we want to speak about their model, we don't need to put an apostrophe after each name. So the apostrophe should appear after the second name, Watson and Crick's model. So we don't need to put two apostrophes, only one. And another interesting rule, which usually is not taught during our courses of English, I mean the courses of English which are taught in Ukraine, it's the use of the apostrophe and the article the. So the rule says that we need to use either apostrophe, like Mendelssohn's syndrome, or the definite article, the Mendelssohn syndrome. But we cannot use the and apostrophe in one and the same phrase. So since we often use names, yes, especially you, the researchers in biology and medicine, you often use different proper names, it's worth remembering that we use the apostrophe without the article, or we use the article without the apostrophe. And certainly we all must remember that apostrophe shows possession, выражая приналежность. And therefore we need not to confuse the use of the apostrophe in the word its. So its can have two meanings. It can be a contracted version of it is, yes? Or it can be a pronoun, може бути займенником. So you see a sentence on the screen. This technique has several important advantages. The main motivation for its use is as follows. So you see the red color indicates that it is written here incorrectly. Indeed, we do not need here an apostrophe because it's is here, because it is a pronoun here, so we don't need an apostrophe. We always need to remember that the apostrophe shows possession, приналежность. And finally, some considerations on the consistency of either British or American English usage. You know that there are many variants of English, and the most dominant being British and American ones. Usually, journals do not place any restrictions on the variant of English. You're free to choose either British or American English, but you need to be consistent with the usage of this variant. This means that if you have chosen British English, all your text must be written in British English. You are not allowed to confuse British and American English. You see, let me explain this by the example which you see on the screen. Damage modeling in fiber reinforced materials has been discussed by chemists, mechanical engineers, and materials scientists. You see the word modeling, it is underlined. It is written in American English. Fiber is written in British English. And there is a comma after engineers before and. Such a comma, called a serial comma, is typical of American English. So this sentence is inconsistent as far as its spelling and punctuation is concerned. And therefore the sentence should be corrected and transformed. The British variant looks as follows. Damage modeling, you see double L. Then you see fiber written as in British English, and there is no comma between mechanical engineers and end. And here is an American variant. So modeling has only one L. Fiber is written in American way, yes, and there is a comma after mechanical engineers. So you need to be consistent when using either British or American English. Certainly, writing in English presents many problems and challenges for non-Anglophone researchers, Ukrainian in particular. But the good news for you is that there are many teaching materials, textbooks, and manuals, which you can find on the internet and use to improve your English research writing. For example, you can use my textbook, which was published rather long ago. The book does not exist in its physical form, so to say, but you can find it on many websites, Ukrainian and international, and download, certainly free of charge. So you're welcome to use it as much as possible. It contains some information on the structure of the main types of English research texts and the information on punctuation rules and many other things which research writers need in their everyday writing work. So thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you much success in your English research writing.
Dear Tatiana, thank you very much for your excellent and very, very useful presentation. I believe that with your advice, everybody will improve own academic writing. And we have a question from our participant. Is it helpful to use online checker? I mean, online spelling, grammar, and style mistakes checker, like Grammarly or ProWriting Aid. Is it useful for academic writing? What is your opinion?
It's useful. There are so many resources, we can use all of them. But still, I think the most useful thing is to read as much as possible. I mean, to read literature in your research field. So when you read, you see how texts are organized, you see the most typical patterns of expression, and this helps you a lot. And again, I think it's helpful to have some lists of phrases at your hand. For example, the most important terminology in your field, logical connectors, which are significant for your branch of knowledge, and also metatextual phrases.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Tatiana, I also wanted to express my gratitude for your concise and very instructive presentation. I am sure it will be very useful to our today's participants and also those who are going to watch the whole webinar later on. I am sure you will continue helping us, supporting us to improve quality of articles from East Europe, from Lviv, and probably you also know that we are going to launch Eastern European Association of Science Editors, and you are welcome to join us and continue contributing to science growth in Eastern Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
can stay until the
I will
end
stay.
of this webinar, but it's up to you.
I will stay.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. So, Olena, now probably Durga will join us, another international speaker.
Yes, please welcome Durga Misra, who will be talking about common statistical mistakes. Dr. Durga, please.
Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. And many thanks to Dr. Olena and Dr. Armen and to Danilo Halitsky, Lviv Medical University for inviting me to talk today on this topic. I shall just start sharing my screen. I shall be talking about common statistical mistakes in articles. I do not have any disclosures. I shall be briefing you about the different types of variables. What is a normal versus a non-normal distribution? What are continuous and discontinuous variables? The differences between hypothesis tests and effect sizes. What is regression and what is correlation and when should these be used? What is statistical significance versus clinical significance? Statistical considerations in systematic reviews, and finally we shall conclude. So to start with, variables could be qualitative or categorical in the sense that they could be ordinal, that is ordered categorical, or nominal, that is unordered, or they could be quantitative. Quantitative variables could further be discrete and continuous. We shall see what continuous variables are. So there are two separate concepts that you need to understand, and both are distinct ones. Data could be continuous or discontinuous, and another thing is it could be normally distributed versus not normally distributed. It can be continuous without being normally distributed, can be discontinuous but normally distributed. So how do we assess normality? If the data, when it is plotted, appears to have tapering edges and most of the data is in the center, then it is likely that it will be a normal distribution. In a normal distribution, 95% of the data lies between two standard deviations from the middle point. And similarly, you could have this plot skewed to the right or skewed to the left like this, which is a non-normal distribution plot. So how to assess normality? You can do it by three ways. One is visual inspection, tapering in the extremes of the data. If there is more data in the center of the distribution, then it's likely to be normal. The second is looking at three measures: mean, median, and mode. If all the three are almost similar in value, then it is likely that the data is normal. Or you could use formal tests of normality, which include Shapiro-Wilk test or Kolmogorov-Smirnov test, and there are various other tests that you can use. So what is a continuous variable? We've been talking about this continuous variable for quite some time now. But what is the definition of a continuous variable? If between any two given values of a variable, you can have an infinite number of values, then that is called as a continuous variable. For example, temperature. Between 37 degree Fahrenheit and 38 degree Fahrenheit, you can have 37.1, 37.239, 37.2387 and an infinite number of values. Here, in this same breath, I would like to say that many a times we use visual analog scales. These are like from 0 to 10. For example, how severe is your pain on a scale of 0 to 10? Essentially, the patient can rate it as 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. This appears continuous, but this is not continuous. This is actually discrete ordinal, because between 2 and 3, how many values can you have? You cannot have any values. Between 3 and 4, you cannot have any values. So these are actually discrete ordinal scales rather than a continuous scale. So since scores based on visual analog scales are discrete and ordinal, it's best to always present them using non-parametric means, that is median with range or interquartile range, and we shall see these more in detail later on. There is an added advantage of presenting means in addition to the non-parametric measures, provided they are normally distributed, in the sense that if this data is later taken up for inclusion in a meta-analysis by somebody doing a systematic review later on, it will require the means with standard deviation rather than the medians. So it's always useful to look at the data using the visual analog scales if it is normally distributed, and also present the means if it is. But one should avoid presenting means with standard deviation alone for such visual analog scales without presenting the medians and comparing using parametric tests alone, because as I told you, this is not continuous data. This is discrete ordinal variables. Next, coming to two concepts of hypothesis tests and effect sizes, and what are the differences between the two. And then we shall look at what is regression and what is correlation. So, test of hypothesis is something you have a hypothesis before you start a study. You think that this is possible, this phenomenon is possible. It is possible that use of methotrexate reduces disease activity in rheumatoid arthritis. Before you are designing a study to look at the effect of methotrexate in rheumatoid arthritis, you are having this hypothesis. The second is the effect size. And what is more important is always to focus on the effect size, that is the actual difference between the two groups that you're comparing, rather than the p-values, which are just a simple test of hypothesis. So what are p-values? They are estimates of type 1 or alpha error, which is nothing but the probability of rejecting a null hypothesis when the null hypothesis is true. So when you start a study, when you're trying to show that methotrexate is effective in rheumatoid arthritis, you have a null hypothesis that methotrexate is not effective in rheumatoid arthritis. If the null hypothesis is true and you're still accepting it, that is called as a type 1 error, in the sense that if you have a p-value at the end of your study of 0.03, it means that there is a 3% chance that the null hypothesis still may be true, but you are accepting it. So that is called as a type 1 error, and generally we take a 5% chance of that as an acceptable limit, except in certain situations like genetic studies, wherein you have much lower limits of type 1 errors. For example, in genome-wide association studies, you take type 1 error limits of 10 to the power minus 8, because there are so many multiple comparisons that you make. And with each comparison, there is a greater chance of getting a false positive result or falsely rejecting a null hypothesis when it's actually true. So that's why with multiple corrections, we need to have a lower limit of a type 1 error. I shall come to that concept again later on. So many a time we emphasize too much on p-values. We look at whether we are able to get a significant p-value, particularly as young researchers. It is not important whether a significant p-value is attained in your research. It is more important that you identify the effect size and what is the 95% confidence interval of the effect size. That actually tells you whether there is a real difference or not. So how can you measure effect size? For continuous variables, difference in the absolute values of the means between the two groups. For categorical variables, differences in odds ratios, risk ratios, or rate ratios. And you need to look at the effect size and its 95% confidence intervals. What is the 95% confidence interval? In a study, you have a target population. That is, let's say all the population of Ukraine with rheumatoid arthritis is the target population. Then in your study of methotrexate in rheumatoid arthritis, you have a study population. That is the patients who are visiting Danilo Haletsky Live Medical University at Live. Those patients of whom you are including the study, they are the study population. So you are going to find an estimate of any potential effect of methotrexate compared to placebo in these patients attending your university in the study population. But whether this actually represents what's going on in the target population, a statistical tool to estimate that is the 95% confidence interval. That is the true value of the difference in the study population 95% of the time. And this is nothing but 2 times on either side of the mean, the standard deviation. So for example, if an antihypertensive drug A reduces diastolic blood pressure by 9 millimeter mercury, the 95% confidence interval could be that it reduces blood pressure by as low as 3 millimeter mercury or as much as 19 millimeter mercury in the target population, in the overall population of patients across the spectrum, across the country, or maybe across the world. So another important difference here that is important to understand is the difference between the standard deviation, which is nothing but the overall measure of how much the means are differing from each of the individual observations, to the standard error, which is the estimate of how different the standard deviation is when you calculate it across the population. So that's called as the standard error, and it's by nature the standard error is smaller than the standard deviation. And what you should be presenting with the 95% confidence interval is the mean plus minus 2 standard deviation rather than the standard error, because this might mean that your confidence interval becomes appears too narrow when it is not actually so. So inappropriate use of the standard error might make the confidence interval appear falsely narrow. Further, you need to define a minimal clinically important difference, or the MCID. That is, if you are looking at the effect of antihypertensive drug A on diastolic BP, you need to have beforehand defined how much of a difference, if you get, would you consider it to be significant. If you had defined a significant difference as 5 millimeter mercury, then here you are getting a difference of 9 millimeter mercury. So that is a good amount of difference, more than what you had defined as the minimal clinically important difference. So even if this confidence interval was crossing 0, there is still a significant chance that your drug could be having an effect if your MCID was 5 millimeter mercury here. For categorical variables, we have odds, risk, and rate ratios. This is the classical table that all of you must have come across at different times in your career, of exposure status versus outcome status. Exposure yes or no, outcome yes or no, that is yes meaning the cases and no meaning the controls. So what is odds ratio? Odds ratio is the odds of exposure in cases. What is the odds? Odds is the cases that have exposure versus the cases that have no exposure. So A divided by C, divided by the odds in controls, B divided by D. Whereas risk ratio is the risk of exposure in cases and controls, A divided by A plus C, divided by B divided by B plus D. And rate ratio, how is it different from these parameters? The rate ratio takes into consideration time of follow-up also. So search for significant p-values without any direction, that is, search for a significant hypothesis test without a prior hypothesis, is also called as p-hacking or harking or data dredging. Similarly, multiple correlation analysis without a direction to this analysis is of little value, as we shall see subsequently in the presentation. Hypothesis-driven research is valued by reviewers, editors, as well as readers. So even if the study did not find that the hypothesis was correct, that we did not get a significant p-value as we tend to look at it, or we call these studies sometimes negative studies. A negative study with rigorous methodology is much more valuable science than a positive study with dubious methodology. And it is essential to describe methods in as much detail as you can, so that a third person can actually replicate the study design simply by reading your paper. And to ensure adequate power of the study, it is necessary to have an appropriate sample size, and that is another concept that we shall look at later on in the presentation. So With the hypothesis test, we were looking at a type 1 error, the probability of rejecting a null hypothesis when it is false. And generally the limit for this is 0.05 or 5%. There is another concept called as the type 2 error or the beta error, which is the probability of accepting a null hypothesis when it is true. And generally beta error is set at a limit of 0.2. The power of a study is another related concept. It is generally taken as 1 minus beta error, which is the probability of finding a difference between comparisons should such a difference exist in the real world. Going back to the example that I had given of methotrexate in rheumatoid arthritis compared to placebo, if in the real world methotrexate is better than placebo, then if our study has a power of 80% or a beta error of 0.2, then it is adequately powered that 80% of the time we will be able to identify this difference in our study. We have adequate number of patients such that 80% of the time we'll be able to identify a difference if such a difference really exists in the target population for methotrexate in rheumatoid arthritis. So while planning a study, we have to always pre-specify alpha and beta values. And herein comes sample size calculation. Broadly for this, we need the estimates of alpha and beta. Generally, alpha is set at 0.05 and beta is set at 0.2. But this can differ from study to study. You can have studies that are powered to be 90%, that is beta is 0.1. Studies sometimes are powered to 95%. Beta is 0.05, and you can change these parameters, but changing these parameters would change the sample size. Further, to calculate sample size, we need estimate of the effect size. We need the single group mean with standard deviation or proportion if there is only one group, along with the estimates of mean proportion in the population. Or if there are two groups, we need estimates of mean with standard deviation or of rates or proportions in both groups if the two are being compared, or if we have estimates for only one, then we need the difference between these groups or the estimated difference between these groups to help us calculate the sample size using statistical formulae. While there are online softwares available to help you with sample size calculation, it is best to take help of senior colleagues who are doing research actively. They will be able to guide you regarding this. And personally, I have found this textbook, Kirkwood and Stern Essential Medical Statistics 2004, to be very useful in this regard. And this gives you various different formulae under various different circumstances with various different assumptions that you can use for calculating your sample size for your study. An adequate sample size is essential to impart adequate power to the study. If your sample size is not adequate, then your study may not have found a significant difference between groups, but such a difference may actually exist in the real world. So your study was underpowered. When we compare two groups, if they are numerical variables, then we can compare them depending on whether they are unpaired samples or paired samples if there are two groups. If they are unpaired samples and we want to use parametric tests, then we use the unpaired student t-test, or if they are paired samples, we use a paired student t-test. If there are non-parametric tests, we want to use a Mann-Whitney U-test for unpaired samples, or for paired samples, we want to use a Wilcoxon matched paired sign rank test. So what is the difference between parametric and non-parametric? Parametric takes into consideration the actual values of the variables, whereas non-parametric puts these variables in an ascending order and compares the rank of these variables in the two groups. Similarly, if you have more than two groups, a parametric comparison would be a one-way analysis of variance or ANOVA, and a non-parametric analysis would be a Kruskal-Wallis test, which is a similar test using a one-way analysis of variance, but this time using ranks rather than using the absolute values. If you are comparing proportions, very often we talk of chi-square test. There is another similar test, which is the Fisher exact test. We use a chi-square test when there are large number of observations and large number of events. But if the number of observations or number of events in any of the groups is less than 5, it is best to use the Fisher's exact rather than the chi-squared test. After univariable analysis, after we have looked at the effect size, after we have tested our hypothesis, it is always essential to follow up with regression analysis to find differences that are still statistically significant after adjustment for confounders and covariates. Covariates are other variables present in the dataset, whereas confounders are variables that confound the association between the exposure and the outcome of interest. How does a variable become a confounder? It associates with the exposure of interest, serves as a risk factor for the outcome, means it also associates with the outcome, and does not lie on the causal pathway. That is, it is not a means by which the exposure leads to the outcome. In that case, it will not be a confounder. It will rather be an explainer of the relationship between exposure and outcome. If it does not lie on this causal pathway, it associates with the exposure, it associates with the outcome, then it is a confounder. It brings in a false sense of association when actually such an association is not there. And hence confounders must be adjusted for. You must think what factors can confound a relationship and also conduct statistical analysis, subgroup analysis based on levels of the potential confounding factors to identify confounding. So next, coming to regression analysis. How much can a change in independent variables predict a change in a dependent variable? So if there are categorical outcomes, for example, atherosclerosis or no atherosclerosis, or in a follow-up study of patients with myocardial infarction, recurrence of myocardial infarction or non-recurrence, these are categorical outcomes. So how can we predict this? We can predict this using logistic regression analysis. This can be used to adjust for covariates and confounders for odds and risk ratios. If you are using rate ratios instead, that is, we are looking at rates of event, then you can use Poisson regression or Cox regression. When to use Poisson regression? When rates of outcome don't change with time. Cox regression when rates of outcome change with time. If the outcomes are continuous, for example, body weight in kilograms, body mass index, temperature, etc., then you can use linear regression analysis to identify factors associated with these continuous outcomes. Next, coming to correlation. Correlation tells whether two variables are related to each other. It is very important for young researchers particularly to understand what correlation does not tell us. It does not tell us whether one variable can substitute or be an alternative for the other. It does not tell us whether two variables are biologically related. So generally, correlation can be assessed using two measures. One is the Pearson's correlation coefficient, or Pearson's R, between continuous variables, and Spearman's rank correlation, or Spearman's rho, between categorical variables, ordinal categorical variables. So it considers the rank of the variables when arranged in an ascending order. So this is an experiment that I just want to show you to demonstrate the limitations of a correlation. We are designing an experiment to see this gold standard sphygmomanometer A. We want to compare diastolic BP recordings using a new sphygmomanometer B and assess whether B can be a suitable substitute for BP measurement for the sphygmomanometer A. So in our study, we include 20 individuals. We assess their diastolic BP with both the sphygmomanometers. Now, blood pressure is a continuous variable, so we are correlating them using the Pearson's correlation coefficient. So after we have assessed the diastolic blood pressure in individuals with A and in individuals with B, we now conduct a correlation. We look for a Pearson's R. And as you can see, this BP1 and BP2, that is BP1 is measured using A and BP2 using B. You can see there is a perfect correlation. All the variables lie on a straight line, and the R is 1.0 and the p-value is highly significant. So we are very happy. We find perfect correlation between A and B, and we think that sphygmomanometer B can very well substitute for sphygmomanometer A. But when there is something that is too perfect, you need to look for imperfection. So where is the imperfection here? We go back to the original data, and these are the actual blood pressure readings with sphygmomanometer A, the diastolic blood pressure with A, and diastolic blood pressure with B. If we take diastolic blood pressure greater than 90 to suggest diastolic hypertension, using A, only 1 in 20 had hypertension. Using B, 8 in 20 had hypertension. But they were perfectly correlating. So what we needed to assess here was concordance, not correlation. So if we see those who had normal BP by A and were hypertensive by A versus normal BP by B versus hypertensive by B, you can see that this is quite different. And if we look for the kappa statistic for agreement, it is 0.14. If it is generally more than 0.7, then it suggests good agreement. So there is very poor agreement despite perfect correlation between the blood pressure recordings between these two instruments. So instead of correlation, what we should have used is concordance. Concordance should be used to compare two means of measurement of the same truth or the same natural phenomenon instead of correlation. If they are categorical outcomes, you can use a kappa statistic. If they are continuous outcomes, you can use an intra-class correlation coefficient. Here, although it was a continuous outcome of blood pressure, we had categorized it into hypertension or no hypertension, hence we use the kappa statistic. So this is a commonly used means where correlation is misused by inexperienced researchers. We want to compare two means of looking at the same thing. We want to compare two disease activity measures. We often find people using Pearson's or Spearman's correlation coefficient and finding a good correlation coefficient and telling that, yes, this is a good substitute for the other, but that's not the way it is. You need to categorize and see whether they are appropriately categorizing into disease activity versus no disease activity for both the measures, and whether there is concordance between the categories rather than looking at correlation. Inappropriate use of correlation statistics is widespread in the literature. This is taken from a published paper. You see this urinary biomarker in patients with juvenile systemic lupus has been correlated with 15 different parameters, and see some of these p-values are significant, 0.004, less than 0.001. All these are significant values, 0.01. But what does it actually mean? When you conduct multiple correlations without prior hypothesis, there are numerous issues that arise. Likelihood of false positive associations, chance of type 1 error increases with the number of analyses performed, likelihood of associations without any biological basis. For example, if you had correlated this with liver function tests, you may have found a significant correlation between soluble CD25 in the urine and serum glutamine oxalate aminotransferase, SGOT or AST enzyme. What is the biologic basis of this is unclear. Likely this is just a false positive correlation. And then you start to seek explanations for random associations. Therefore, all correlation analysis should be directed rather than being random. That is an important message that I would like young researchers to take out from today's presentation. Finally, coming to what is statistical significance versus clinical significance and systematic reviews and statistical considerations. Statistical significance tells us that a hypothesis test shows reasonable evidence against the null hypothesis beyond the pre-specified limit of type 1 error. Whereas clinical significance is that the difference between intervention and control groups or two active intervention groups is large enough to suggest that one is significantly different from the other. Critical determinant for statistical significance is type 1 error. For clinical significance is minimal clinically important difference. Difference may be statistically significant but of little clinical importance. Difference may not be statistically significant but be clinically important. For example, if blood pressure reduction difference between two antihypertensive drugs is 2 millimeter mercury, but we have 3,000 patients in each arm, then this small difference which we know is of little clinical importance could be statistically significant with a very large p-value. P-value could be less than 0.0001. Whereas if a difference in blood pressure reduction between two antihypertensive drugs is 30 millimeter mercury, 95% confidence interval ranges between -1 and 54. A high probability of a large difference that is clinically significant, although sample size might not have led us to achieve the requisite level at 5% level of type 1 error. A larger sample size would likely show a statistically significant difference. Clinical relevance is of lesser importance, the statistical significance, whereas a clinical significance is of greater importance to the clinician. Finally, coming to statistical errors in systematic reviews, first is inappropriate meta-analysis. When you compare apples with oranges. Example, you want to pool data of percentage improvement in disease activity measures in rheumatoid arthritis with a particular treatment. Some studies are using a DAS28 measure, some are using a simplified disease activity index. You cannot pool the percentage improvement in these different measures because these are using different measures and these are like comparing apples with oranges. So here, it is better to conduct a systematic review without a meta-analysis, without a quantitative synthesis of the data. This is another published meta-analysis, and here you can see risk of cardiovascular events in ankylosing spondylitis. You can see the different risk ratio estimates, and if you carefully notice, some of these risk ratio estimates are not overlapping. Hence, there is significant heterogeneity in the estimates here as well as here. And that is indicated by the I-square value. So with the presence of significant heterogeneity, is it really suitable to do a meta-analysis? This was another paper which looked at SLE and risk of cervical neoplasia, published in a very good journal in 2011. And this had a significant heterogeneity in the data. But despite this, a fixed effects meta-analysis was used. Whereas in the presence of significant heterogeneity, a random effects meta-analysis should be used. Unfortunately, this paper was retracted due to statistical errors. So if heterogeneity is there in the data, then it's best to use a random effects model for meta-analysis and do additional subgroup analysis to attempt to explain such heterogeneity. Similarly, inappropriate assessment of publication bias in that same paper, SLE and risk of cervical neoplasia. They have looked and concluded that there may be some publication bias, but the study had only 6 included studies. It is not suitable to look for publication bias unless there are a minimum of 10 studies to assess this. So to conclude, appropriate statistical presentation of the data taking into account continuous versus discontinuous variables, assessment of normality before assuming parametric tests, looking at effect sizes with 95% confidence intervals rather than just the hypothesis testing and p-values, doing adjusted multivariable analysis in addition to univariable analysis, avoid undirected correlation analysis. Correlation is not the same as concordance, and to avoid inappropriate meta-analysis. And for young researchers, I have personally used this book and have found it very useful. This is a good primer on basic medical statistics, particularly regarding sample size, and I would suggest that you could read this book. Thank you.
Dear Durga, thank you very much. You are a recognized expert on biomedical statistics. You gave us so many very useful advice. Thank you very much. And we have one question from our participants. Which statistical package is handy and most recommended for PhD students, in your opinion?
Rather than the statistical package would depend on which statistical package you may have access to, which statistical package your experts in your university are more commonly able to use. You can use any statistical package, but each statistical package has its advantages, has its disadvantages. For example, SPSS is a commonly used statistical package, but it is not freely available. Then but it is easy to use. Then you have R, which is freely available and you can generate code, but you need to be trained in how to use R. And Stata is another very versatile statistical package, but you need to be trained in how to use Stata. That's the disadvantage. So it depends on the local expertise at hand. If you have somebody who can teach you Stata, there is nothing like it. But after getting into the specialty for more than 7-8 years, I have just learned Stata in the past year. So it is not something that's easy to learn or accessible to learn. Before that, I was using SPSS, but now I realize using Stata, I have a lot more diversity in what I can do. I can direct the analysis much better. But it essentially depends on what people around you are comfortable with. Somebody, if you can find somebody who can teach you a statistical tool, go ahead and use that. It doesn't really matter which one you use.
Thank you very much for great advice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Durga, thank you very much. I also wanted to add that your presentation is very informative and very useful to PhD candidates and all research fellows who often need support by a statistician. In my opinion, it's better to learn statistics of statistics and to process own data without any external support by statisticians. But I know that in some countries, particularly in Turkey and Iran, there is a huge army of statisticians who are affiliated to commercial editing agencies, and they authors forward their data to statisticians, they process and then return data to authors. And after all, authors publish articles and they do not have any clue how they reached conclusions, how they process this data, and they even do not disclose external statisticians' support. So I think that your presentation is very useful to a large extent, because our authors, Eastern European authors, also have to learn themselves how to use basics of statistics and which particular tests are frequently used. In my presentation, I'll continue discussing this issue related to statistical analysis, but I think that all today's participants should again will be offered the same presentation. They can watch again and learn some particular points from your own presentation. Thank you very much.
Dear Durga, we have a question from Tatiana. You recommended one book. Is this book free for downloading?
Unfortunately not, but it's not very costly. I think the library most likely would have this book. It's a small book, about 500 pages, and
500 pages.
Yeah, but it's small in size.
Okay.
So I
think it's possible to download, yeah, somewhere this book.
Possibly.
Free. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
We don't have any questions. Thank you very much, Durga.
Thank you.
Durga, you can stay until the end of this webinar or leave any moment, so it's up to you. And
Thank you.
I'm really thankful for your continuing support, your expertise, and for your activities on social media, on Twitter. This is very useful. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Oksana Zaychkivska, professor, who is chief and editor of flagship Ukrainian medical journal, Medical Sciences. She will be talking about your rich editor's experience. Professor Oksana. Так, one moment. Who is sharing screen with us? I don't know. I should stop share screen. One moment.
I stopped sharing.
Yes, I see that this screen is Professor Zayachkivska's screen. I should unmute her. One moment.
So we'll have a short discussion after Oksana's presentation, and some comments also are welcome after Oksana's presentation. While she's getting ready with her presentation and sharing screen.
Please also.
I asked to start a video.
Start
I
now.
asked to start video. Oh yes, yes, we can see you.
Nice to meet you. And now I would like to share my screen. So here is my computer. Yes.
Yes, yes, we can see your screen.
Mhm.
But at that moment, we cannot see your presentation.
Yes, my presentation on the desktop. So
You should close probably this page, Zoom page.
Mhm.
Yes, now we can see.
Told me start later.
You should firstly open your presentation, yes, and
Okay.
then share your screen with us. Green color in the middle of your control Zoom panel, share screen.
Did you see my presentation now?
I cannot see your presentation. You should share screen and choose basic option. Basic option, yes, now we can see your presentation. Everything is fine, yes.
Okay, thank you, Elena.
Mhm.
First of all, thank you very much, dear Dr. Olena Zimba and Professor Roman Gasparian for inviting me for this nice opportunity to deliver my presentation about our experience in peer review. And as it was announced in our agenda, I will switch to Ukrainian. Because mainly our auditory today are Ukrainian participants, and so тема моєї доповіді – це, власне, дорога до успішного рецензування і 7 основних порад і підказок з досвіду нашого журналу. Ви бачите наш журнал «Медичні науки». Співзасновником нашого журналу є наукове товариство імені Шевченка. Це один з найстаріших журналів українських. І минулого року ми святкували 121 рік, будемо вже 122 рік. Іншими співзасновниками є наш університет, більшість. І третім співзасновником нашого є Західний науковий центр Міністерства освіти і науки. Хочу сказати, що наша редакційна рада представлена міжнародними експертами, окрім українським, і всі статті, які потрапляють в наш журнал, власне, вони проходять подвійне рецензування. І основне завдання моє, як редактора, це як зробити журнал відкритим для світу і цікавим світу. Саме тому головне гасло нашого журналу, що саме контент або зміст визначає якість журналу. І на цьому слайді ви бачите обкладинку нашого останнього числа. Першого номера ми випускаємо 2 номери на рік, і він присвячений найбільшій медичній проблемі – це COVID. і можна ознайомитися з нашими фронтлідерами, тобто головні такі публікації, які не мають найважливіше значення, ми виносимо за рішенням редколегії на обкладинку, і це допомагає її промоції. Так от, що є основним і яка публікація буде найскорше прийнята в нашому журналі? Звичайно, та, що має актуальність і наукове значення. І останнє число, власне, підготовлено так, що ви бачите приблизно 5 оглядів літератури були присвячені проблемі ковіду. І хочу сказати, що наш журнал єдиний з медичних українських журналів, який встиг в першій половині цього року, 2020 року, присвятити публікації такому гарячому топіку сьогодення. Важливим також іншим моментом є практична спрямованість публікації. Якщо ваша публікація, власне, потрапляє у розділ клінічних настанов і рекомендацій, як скажемо, ці 2 останні публікації «Premium Non-Necessary», «Не зашкодь» від професора Ольги Голубовської, яка є співавтором протоколу по лікуванню ковідних хворих в Україні, чи досвід наших клініцистів Наталі Монталінець і Олега Семчука, власне, з особливостей серцево-легеневої реанімації інтенсивної терапії пацієнтів з коронавірусною інфекцією, власні клінічні випадки, звичайно, шанси на публікації зростають у рази. Що би я порекомендувала всім потенційним авторам для нашого журналу? Перш за все, це готувати ретельно свій рукопис, згідно вимог журналу. І дивитися не тільки на цю невеличку скриньку, яку я позначила для авторів, де описані і представлені рекомендації для авторів, а так само обов'язково познайомитися з політикою журналу. Тоді для вас не буде несподіванка ті вимоги, які, власне, вимагає редакція. А політика журналу, вона прописується регулярно. Наприклад, у нас є змінені основні засади політики, і тому дуже важливо правильно і повністю ознайомитись. Другий момент, який повинен бути визначальним, це те, що кожен потенційний автор повинен зрозуміти, що справжня ціна, якість має ціну. І тому я рекомендую вам, перш за все, подивитися, як оперує журнал, якими ресурсами. Перш за все, на його веб-сайт. Ми знаємо, що зараз ми живемо в епоху існування і, можливо, навіть процвітання піжацьких журналів. І тому, якщо ви уважно переглянете журнал, ви вже можете запідозрити його певну спрямованість. Чи це є комерційний проект, чи це є дійсно науковий журнал, який дотримується принципів доброчесності. Одним з таких критеріїв є це, звичайно, наявність ДОІ кожної статті. Це певні метадані, які допомагають не загубитися в цьому глобальному світі видавництва. І це є, скажімо, невід'ємна частина теперішньої культури видавництва наукової літератури. Третій момент, на який дуже важливо подивитися, це є час підготовки статті. Дуже часто автор мене питає, ну скажіть мені, будь ласка, чи вийде ще в цьому році, чи вийде ще до вересня моя публікація, якщо я сьогодні чи завтра підпишу свою статтю. І відразу я маю враження, що я маю з автором, який не розуміє взагалі весь публікаційний процес сьогоднішнього видавництва. Тому що час підготовки статті – це зусилля не тільки автора, це зусилля і редакційної ради, це зусилля колегії, і також багатьох турботливих рук команди журналу, які будуть розміщувати, які будуть редагувати цю статтю. Це англійський редактор з англійської мови, це редактор української мови, це редактор соціальних мереж, який потім буде промоцію робити, це редактор, який буде підписувати помічник редактора, який буде підписувати статтю в різноманітні наукометричні бази, включно з бібліотекою Академії Вернадського, нашою національною бібліотекою чи Копернікус і багато інших. І ще один момент, на який я особливо хотіла порекомендувати потенційним авторам, це, звичайно, підготовити ретельно список літератури. І тут, як вже неодноразово сьогодні прозвучало в попередніх лекціях, узгодити його, власне, за таким ресурсом, архіватором Менделєєв. Це дуже важливо, тому що тільки тоді ваша публікація буде мати певну якість і, відповідно, ціна, той час, який ви потратили, і всі свої зусилля, свою енергію, свій ентузіазм для її шліфування. Що бачу я і будь-який з нашої редакційної команди? Отак виглядає система подання, тому що практично 75% тепер в сьогоднішній час всіх журналів оперують через онлайн-систему подання. Тільки ніяке надсилання не на емейл, а, власне, через таку систему, коли потрібно залогуватися. Ну, ви бачите мою систему, яку я можу відкрити, але ви позначаєте, що ви є автор, і вантажите безпосередньо в цю систему всі свої матеріали, які в майбутньому дозволять оперувати і редакторам, і рецензентам, і використовувати цю платформу. І можна сказати, що це є надзвичайно простий шлях, і водночас це є так само і надзвичайно складний шлях. Особливо, якщо ми робимо це щось вперше, нам здається, що це дуже важко. Але це так оперує весь світ, це є глобальні тренди, і вони саме забезпечують швидкість, оперативність і різноманіття тем і авторів. Тоді, коли, власне, журнал стає надзвичайно цікавим. Перш за все, це економія часу. Уявімо собі, що наш автор, якого ми опублікували, який є хедлайнером нашого номера, професор Шандор Сабо з Каліфорнії, посилав би нам якимись листами чи електронними листами свою статтю, і, звичайно, безпосередньо час його би став публікації продовжився. Інший момент – це дозволяє долучити міжнародні колективи, тому що люди, які співпрацюють в одній темі з різних місць, як, наприклад, у даній статті, це і Катар, і Швеція, і Україна, оперують одними поняттями, вони дійсно команда і готують статтю, рукопис відповідно до вимог наших, або поправляють його відповідно до зауважень рецензентів, і кожен з них може зайти, прочитати і подивитися, власне, через таку онлайн-систему. Ну і ще, як приклад, що журнал повинен бути цікавий з різних моментів, ми публікуємо також і рецензії на останні монографії, і ви бачите, нещодавно в 2020 році побачила світ монографія відомого онколога України, не тільки в Україні, професора Бориса Білинського, багаторічного автора і члена нашої редколегії «Атипова онкологія». І нам приємно, що ця книжка відразу була прочитана професором відділу біохімії раку у University College London, Британії, і ми могли отримати відповідно гарний відгук. Тобто вільний доступ у цієї платформи. Автором наших бувають автори нашого журналу «Широка географія» ми маємо. Так само, наприклад, нещодавно ми публікували роботу з Оману, з університету, власне, в місті Мускат, Кабуса. І ця робота потрапила на журнал тільки тому, що ми оперуємося Open Journal System платформою, і автор підписав в звичайний спосіб свою публікацію, прийшов peer review і опублікував. Це було ще, наприклад, в доковідний час. На даний час це дозволило збільшити достатньо кількість осіб, які читають наш журнал. Це майже 94 різних країни. Ну і тут ви бачите різноманітні динаміку, статистику по частинами по особам, які відвідують, і часами навіть як для Східної України, Східної Європи 105 відвідувачів на веб-сторінці – це достатньо хороший показник, ми вважаємо. Наступним моментом, який я хочу порекомендувати авторам, що кожен повинен подивитися на свій рукопис очима рецензента потенційним і подумати, чи текст мого рукопису буде цікавим, зрозумілим, чи він заохочуватиме читачів дочитати його до кінця, чи він дійсно включає якісь ключові ідеї і результати, чи він все-таки спрямований чітко на новизну, і чи є ілюстрації, якої якості ці ілюстрації, чи дозволяють вони краще зрозуміти текст безпосередньо самого рукопису. Ну і про те, що проговорив Армен Гаспарян, навіть в українській мові, коли текст представляється багатопідрядними реченнями з складними конструкціями тричленними, зміст втрачається. Також ми не рекомендуємо велику кількість скорочень, тому що дуже часто потенційний читач вже втрачає хід, забув, які ці скорочення несуть на завантаження, тому просимо додатково подавати окремий листок. Ну і те, що ми говорили на попередньому нашому семінарі, дуже є важливим користуватися такими дуже простими елементами, як Ctrl-F, чи в вільному доступі розміщені антиплагіатні системи, які ми можна перевірити, чи хоча б Grammarly, для того, щоб уникнути грубих помилок, чи навіть помилок з міксуванням British, American English, чи так само якихось артиклями, непорозуміннями. Такі прості речі дозволять ваш текст мати вже підготовленим дещо краще. Бачите, це те, що виявляє наш редактор по перевірці оригінальності, етики наукової, і, звичайно, це могли зробити автори для того, щоб не наражатися на такі граблі, які вже проходяться і створюють якусь негативну опінію стосовно своєї статті. Ще один важливий такий, п'ятий моя порада, це, звичайно, бути готовим, що існує peer review. І peer review – це є необхідна частина публікаційного процесу. І, в принципі, українською мовою це є прозоре, незалежне, висококваліфіковане рецензування. Ви зможете мати спілкування дійсно з фахівцями, експертами, лідерами, які є в своїй галузі знань. І треба розуміти, що це є високозатребувані фахівці, науковці, які працюють ad honorem. Що це означає? З латинською це означає, що вони є волонтери, вони працюють заради академічної чесноти і заради просвітительської діяльності, в такий спосіб діляться щиро своїми знаннями або вказують на ті недоліки, які недопустимі, чи на ті реальні недоліки, що можна поправити. Хочу сказати, що майте на увазі, кожен ваш рукопис буде вивчатися щонайменше 3 різними колегами. Перше діло – це мій помічник-редактор, яка призначає безпосередньо рецензентів після моїх консультатів і співрозмови. Це так само будуть його ще читати редактори українською, англійською. І їхнє основне завдання – це покращити читабельність, власне, і відповідність рукопису до тих вимог, які, можливо, ви при першій ознайомленні з нашими вказівками для авторів не звернули належної уваги. Другий важливий момент, що треба бути готовим, власне, для цього часу, виділити собі цей час на peer-review, адже дуже часто відбуваються якісь такі технічні непорозуміння, які, наприклад, зв'язані з тим, що коли система присилає вам вперше підтвердження, інформація може прийти в скриньку. Ми знаємо, що життя зараз надзвичайно інтенсивне, і тому все ж таки бути відповідальними в тому, що ви будете спілкуватися з фахівцями, і ці люди є надзвичайно зайняті, і будуть залучатися зовнішні рецензенти, які на свою добру волю, на свою добре, як кажуть, серце притрачають свій власний час для того, щоб покращити. І таких етапів буде декілька. Дуже прошу зрозуміти, що ніхто не є експертом у всіх галузях. Я ніколи не зможу прорецензувати якусь ділянку оригінальне дослідження, яке присвячено клінічним дослідженням, тому що моя царина знань – це експериментальна медицина. Але для цього у нас і існує редакційна рада, редакційна колегія, у нас є коло рецензентів зовнішніх, які ми залучаємо для того, щоб автор отримав високу фахову експертизу. Ну, ось що ми бачимо, як виглядає внутрішня сторона нашої платформи онлайн-системи редакції, і ви бачите, що черга призначень, які є опубліковані, які не завершені, і я можу побачити безпосередньо і відчути висновок. От, наприклад, нещодавний висновок, який ми буквально отримали декілька днів тому, який пише з етичних моментів, ви бачите, ми не показуємо ім'я автора даного рукопису, але він пише для автора, для редактора і пише безпосередньо свою думку для редакторів. І тому він навіть вказує, що який момент можна розцінювати як плагіат, і прошу звернути увагу, що тому, не дивлячись на актуальність теми, все ж таки стаття вимагає серйозного допрацювання на даний момент. В такому вигляді вона не може бути прийнята до друку. Ось так виглядає, наприклад, рецензія нашого колеги, який покроково вказує, як покращити. Це велика праця, вона потребує часу, вона потребує щирої вдячності автора за те, що безпосередньо кожен слово вивіряється, кожен абзац, і працює, власне, ціла команда редакційної ради для того, щоб суттєво покращити матеріал рукопису, який потрапляє, щоб цей матеріал перетворився в статтю, і після певної правки вона стала доступна широкому колу читачів. Дуже часто такі рецензування, вони навпаки є позитивними, і це додає авторам, ви бачите, навіть пише, я прошу вас звернути увагу, рецензент дуже добре написано. Ну і далі додає свої критичні зауваження, але автор відповідає: дякую великими буквами колезі за коментар і зауваження, тому що адекватний автор буде сприймати такий peer-review процес, власне, як позитив, як додаткове спілкування наукове, яке допомагає шліфувати безпосередньо статтю. І в кінці, ви бачите, обмінюються думками про свої власне проблеми, які були при лікуванні того чи іншого пацієнта чи випадка, і з побажаннями сил, здоров'я і перемоги рухатися спільно разом для того, щоб публікації українських авторів ставали все кращими і кращими. Ось хочу сказати, що кожна, як ми говорили, стаття попередньо на етапі рукопису безпосередньо проходить 2-3 рецензування. І це є надзвичайно важливо, тому що хтось бере на рецензування, потім бачить, що не його погоджується, що не його тема, або далі вказує, що, наприклад, немає часу. Це не є простий процес, тому все ж таки рекомендуємо вам, бачите, даний слайд показує, як було відмовлено. Всім потенційним рецензентам просимо бути також дуже ретельними у тих термінах, тому що автори надіються на ваше рецензування, на ваші коментарі, і це є такий спільний процес, в якому ми залучені разом. Ну і безпосередньо дводенну рецензію, яку ми отримали, де чітко вказується на ті основні проблеми, рекомендації, які потрібно взяти до уваги автору і допрацювати, переписати деякі моменти рукопису для того, щоб він став кращим і відповідав сучасним вимогам. А прослухавши сьогоднішній вебінар, ви вже, думаю, всі зрозуміли, що сьогодні публікаційний процес є відкритий, а він є під настороженим оком і експертів, і читачів різноманітним, тому надзвичайно потрібно ретельно працювати. Ще одна така важлива порада – це все ж таки встановити собі автоматичне нагадування про рукопис. Тому що дуже часто, особливо наші клініцисти, автори настільки зараз перевантажені клінічною роботою, що, можливо, забули, що вже стаття є в рецензуванні, регулярно не перевіряють свою скриньку. І редакція, звичайно, не має додаткового часу і додаткового ресурсу якимись нагадуваннями про ці. Тому, якщо ви підписали тільки статтю до нашої журналу, поставте собі нагадування на електронну пошту, включно навчіться перевіряти періодично свій спам або інші скриньки, тому що саме туди можуть потрапити рецензування, і вчасно не соромтеся нагадати редакції про стан своєї статті. Це важливо, особливо коли важко підшукати рецензентів, які би погодилися провести рецензування. Тобто треба автору бути ефективним і раціональним у співпраці з рецензентами і редакторами. І розраховувати, що етап рецензування він не включає один тур, а це є 2-3 раунди або 2-3 тури. Тож вам після цього вправлений текст вже переглядає рецензент, і тільки після його погодження вже ми можемо допускати цей рукопис до наступної продукції. Від чого залежить все ж таки успіх публікації? Я вважаю, що успішний peer-review процес може пройти автор, який налаштований на синергію дії авторів і колективу рецензентів. Не тільки рецензентів, а також і редакторів, які допомагають шліфувати текст, а також асистентів, які своїми дбайливими руками ще допрацьовують його у різних аспектах, а також проводять подальшу роботу над створенням макету безпосередньо з тієї статті, залученням всіх даних, і тільки вже отримавши остаточний макет статті для затвердження або пруфу, автор може бути спокійним, що його робота дійсно потрапила вже в журнал і вона буде. І тут у автора появляється ще одна важлива місія – це промоція у післяпублікаційний період. Це соціальні мережі, про які ми говорили з вами і чули в сьогоднішніх перших лекціях від доктора Лапніки, і так само від Армена Гаспаряна. Це надзвичайно важливим. І як приклад хочу показати публікацію Андрія Нетлюха, яка супроводжувалася відеопрезентацією. І ви бачите у такий спосіб після промоції в цієї статті кількість завантажень і кількість переглядів достатньо зросло до 216,41. Цей результат є достатньо прекрасний для українського журналу. Хочу сказати, що наш журнал розпочав активну промоцію, і хочу подякувати нашим редакторам по соціальним мережам. Це і Уляні Подвальній, і Олегу Даниляку, який активно зараз взявся до роботи, оскільки Уляна Підвальна перебуває в відпустці в догляду за новонародженою дитиною. Щоденна промоція журналу, статей на Фейсбуці, сторінка, так само на Твіттері, допомагає все ж таки збільшити кількість відвідування нашого журналу і зростає його статистика. Ми також співпрацюємо з авторами і просимо їх розташувати на ResearchGate. Це надзвичайно важлива платформа для обміну науковими думками, для створення кола однодумців. І так само на Publons. І я безмежно вдячна всій команді журналу, тому що команда журналу включає не тільки редакторів, але і рецензентів, які доводять логічно, згідно сучасних вимог, власне, підписують свої peer-review рецензії, які вони виконали у системі Publons, і де існує вона сама система генерує сторінку для нашого журналу, і ми бачимо наших топових рев'юверів, які працюють інтенсивно і багато для нашого журналу, і всіх авторів, які залучаються. Зараз дякую за увагу і хочу ще раз наголосити, що журнал праці наукового товариства Шевченка медичні науки, один з найстаріших українських медичних журналів наукових, запрошує авторів до публікацій, і ми щиро віримо, що спільна праця по шліфуванню нашої рукописів допоможе підняти рейтинг журналу і в майбутньому достойно долучитися до громади журналів, які індексуються системою Scopus і Web of Science. Хочу сказати, що на сьогоднішньому вебінарі присутні серед колег, власне, і редактори, і подякувати щиро їм за роботу, в першу чергу Олені Зімбі, це і Марті Ковальській, і Олегу Даниляку, і Івану Дзісю, і Юлії Хомич, і Павлу Судоморі, нашим редакторам англійської мови. Без їхньої надзвичайної праці не сталося те, що є з нашим журналом, який виходить на лідерські позиції українських медичних журналів. І так само своїм двом заступникам, професору Валентині Чупяк, яка дуже багато і гарно працює, залучає прекрасних авторів, публікує, залучає, заохочує своїх молодих співробітників до публікацій. Так само Василю Лончині з Чикаго, з Америки, який є нашим одним з топових рецензентів і такою дуже важливою допомогою своєю долучається до промоції нашого журналу. Дякую всім за увагу.
Thank you very much, dear Oksana, for your really informative presentation.
Я хочу запросити зараз доповнити мою презентацію декілька словами пана Василя Лончина.
Yes.
Чи можете долучити?
Of course, one moment.
Before Professor Lanchina starts commenting, I just wanted to remind Dr. Svetoslav Georgiev that Ukrainian and Bulgarian languages are sister languages, and it's easy to understand. I don't know why one lady, Rositsa Dacheva, left our meeting, but hopefully not because of language barrier. And also, this last presentation is also very useful for Bulgarian fellows, editors, contributors of Bulgarian Rheumatology Journal, because they also need the same Publons platform, the same system of peer review, and also some other amendments in editorial policies. Their journal is also, Bulgarian journal is listed by Scopus and is going to be indexed by Web of Science, get the impact factor. Hopefully they will learn a lot from some technological advances of medical sciences. I am very proud of being associated with this journal as a member of editorial board and also supporter who advised to amend editorial policies. So, Professor Lanchina, are you there somewhere?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, join us.
To the organizers, what a wonderful program. So much information and so many great ideas and giving a roadway to our young scholars and how to write properly, so that their efforts, I mean, they put a lot of effort into their research, and that effort of their research can then be brought out to the field and others can enjoy it and can make use of it. It is very important, the presentation in the way of a written manuscript. And the reason peer review is so important is because we are a filter. We are a filter to take out the best and make it and elevate that information to a higher level. You know, we're in the age of computers, and the very common dictum is garbage in, garbage out. I mean, if you don't have a way of processing what goes in, then it's average, or it's immaterial. It has no substance. So I think our researchers are well aware that their very important role and their very important work that they do is validated by the fact that other scientists look at this with a fine eye and agree or disagree or give advice, especially to the young ones, on how to perhaps make that presentation somewhat better. And that's what we aim for. We aim for excellence in publishing, excellence in medical communication, excellence in writing, and all of these lectures today were so beneficial, and I'm glad that this is being recorded because it has to be repeated. I mean, we had maximum, I think, 44 participants, and this needs to go viral. I mean, we really need to educate all of our medical students, our young physicians, our young researchers, and this is invaluable, this information that was presented this morning, this afternoon for you. So I would suggest that we make a point of at the medical schools present these recordings on a recurring basis, whether once a semester or once every few months, so that we can encompass as many students as possible, that they listen to this advice that is so valuable, and then they can go ahead in their careers to improve their writing and be successful researchers, successful clinicians, and successful scientists that are able to share their wonderful work with the rest of the medical world. In some of the things that we've done, in doing the peer review, there are a number of things that we look at, and it's so important that we pay strict attention to the content, the way it's done, the statistics, the references. There are oftentimes you see a paper that has references that are quite old, and it may be that someone did some research 20 years ago and they piled up all these references, but it's not current. Unless a reference from 20 or 30 or 50 years ago is a classic, like for instance, Watson and Crick, that's a classic article. Okay, you can enclose that, but otherwise, we really need to have very current literature because things change. Things change on a moment's notice, and so we should encourage our young people that write, that they have to be on top of the literature, have to be on top of the knowledge, and give us the most recent filtered references, not just anything that pops up that has the title in it, but truly things that are of relevance and of importance to the topic at hand. One thing that was not mentioned very much, but I think it was mentioned last time at our conferences, was the keywords. How important it is for our authors to pick the proper keywords, because it is through this channel that your article will be cited by someone else or be picked up by someone else. So when one writes an article, one must think, what keyword will focus on your particular article, and it cannot be a very broad one. Coronavirus, because there now are millions of papers on coronavirus, but something in particular that has to do, for instance, ECMO support in coronavirus or something of that nature. So you have to focus these main keywords so that they reflect what your paper is presenting, so that people will be guided directly to your paper and not to 10,000 other papers. And the final thing I have to say is that when I review a paper, I mean, I do not reject a paper quite haphazardly. I mean, it takes me more time to review a paper that I reject, because I know that that person has put in a lot of effort, and to just simply discard it for good reason, I have to be sure that there's not something that can be picked out of there that is valuable. So I think that those that do peer review spend a lot of time looking at this, and those that are rejected, I mean, it isn't done on a whim. It's done because of serious deficiencies, and that is also a learning experience for young people. Is that, you know, when you get rejected, you look at the comments and you improve by paying attention and trying to improve it. And one other thing is, with these reviews that we do, when we write down a number of questions and comments, it's important for the author to answer each one. Follow the directions, just like it is when you submit a paper. Follow the directions. What are the instructions for authors for a particular journal? You know, oftentimes people just start writing. They'll dictate and they'll write what they want. But you have to follow the instructions. If you follow the instructions, that's half the battle of getting your paper accepted. And when you get a peer review, follow those instructions, address each point satisfactorily, and that will ensure that the paper will receive a better outcome. So again, congratulations to all participants. It was a truly outstanding morning. I thought, oh, 4 hours is a long time, but look at that, it's passed. It's more than 4 hours. And I'm truly amazed at the amount of information we received this morning. So thank you all.
Professor Lancina, thank you very much for attending this webinar, commenting. Your comments are always very useful, topical, and I thank you for your comment about keywords. Of course, these are very important keywords. Selection of keywords is important for writing articles, also for promotion. And nowadays, we also need to know about hashtags. Latika Gupta today also mentioned about proper use of keywords for Twitter. And I'm sure Oleg Danilak and also Uliana Tilyushevska, Olena, they all know how to choose proper keywords. But of course, others attending today also may learn a lot today from presentations of Latika Gupta and also from your very topical suggestion to pay attention to keywords. And I'm also grateful that you raise importance of peer review by expert, but also by novice authors who can get credits. And we also need their accomplishments to be visible on Pablon's platform. I regularly visit NTSH Medical Sciences Journal, but I'm amazed how they improved and how they expanded network of peer reviewers. So it's good, and I'm sure that Scopus experts, Web of Science experts will evaluate and fairly, and will give green light to that new journal, to that emerging journal that is now flagship journal of East Europe. Thank you very much, Professor Lancina. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Well,
Elena, yeah, okay, let's move on. And may I share my screen?
yes, you can share your
Because
screen.
we have something to show to everyone.
Yes.
So it's the most difficult part for me, sharing screen and then turning back to my slides. It takes few seconds. So can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see Scopus
Okay, so
web page. Yes.
I'm going to start searching through Scopus. It's important for everyone. All authors who are nowadays writing review articles have to combine PubMed searches with Scopus. Experts in linguistics, arts, and humanities can also write narrative reviews by performing searches through Scopus and also through specialist database, their own specialist database, let's say Modern Language Association bibliographic database. So it's important to combine two databases for systematic searches. So what we need to know and how we use Scopus searches. First of all, let's say start with example is presented on screen. So let's say systemic sclerosis. Systemic sclerosis. Because today we have Dana Bogdana. So let's start with this keyword. It's structured keyword in mesh. And let's try. Systemic sclerosis. Scopus may retrieve more than 26,000 articles, but for us it's too much. So if we want to learn more about systemic sclerosis and articles, we play with this tool. We should know which articles are cited most. So it helps us. This option allows to select 10, 100 highly cited articles. Okay, we should pay attention to top highly cited articles, how these articles relate to main topic, let's say systemic sclerosis, and whether there are recommendations or clinical trials that are important for analyzing. So authors or PhD candidates should use this option and should analyze. How to change highly cited to lowest cited or newest articles, it's easy. Again, we use this option. I'm sure Bogdana Doskaliuk now has access to Scopus and she can use it. So everyone else, I mean, PhD candidates, research fellows, linguists can also benefit from this option of Scopus. So latest articles are written in some journals, also somehow relate to this topic. But there is also another important tool for analyzing items. This is the most important tool, analyze search results. Are you following me, Olena, Bogdana?
Yes, everything is fine.
Good. So,
We are with you.
Okay, and I think Bogdana also will use this option for writing her own systematic review or narrative review in the future, and everyone else with different other topics. So 26,000 articles. We may narrow our search by adding second keyword, but now I am just going to analyze with one keyword to see. Yes, thank you, Olena, for following me. Dana. You see, publication activity is important. We should pay attention when number of articles starts increasing. Of course, for us, it's not so important. It's important when first article was published. It was published in 1945, and the highest number of publication on this topic is published in 2019. So this first graph is important. Then we may analyze which journals publish mostly in this field, which authors are prolific in this field. Probably Bohdana knows that Marco Matucci-Cerinic from Florence, I think, Italian systemic sclerosis expert, is the top expert with more around 40 publications. We can click on this window and analyze more, not just top 10, but also top 100 if we need it. And the same with journals publishing in this field. Journal affiliation, if we need, sometimes I also use countries involved in research on systemic sclerosis. Let's say United States is top leading country, Italy is second, followed by Italy, then Japan, United Kingdom, etc. We may pay attention to East European countries. Again, we can click on this window and on this image and navigate through profile of Ukraine or Poland and analyze how many authors from these countries published on systemic sclerosis. That document type is not so important, but sometimes we can also pay attention. Usually original articles are most common types of articles. And subject area: medicine, immunology, biochemistry, etc. A few years ago, Scopus added information about sponsors of research. We may analyze this information as well, but for cooperation, for grant application, not for research purposes, for analysis, for narrative reviews. So, okay, let's narrow our search by adding second keyword to this search strategy. And you will see that number of articles is decreasing. Okay, let's start again. Search, documents, systemic sclerosis, quotation marks, systemic sclerosis, and let's say platelets. These keywords, whether they appear in titles, abstracts, and keywords. If they appear, then we can process this. So you see, number decreased drastically. So it means that we narrowed our search. Just 700. Again, we use this option, analyze search results. Go to this option. We can also check which articles are highly cited, but I skipped that option. Again, platelets are important for systemic sclerosis, and this is why number of articles is fluctuating, then increasing. And in 2018, we have the highest number of articles, 46 articles. We may analyze these articles. We may also go to documents and pay attention which journals cover these two issues, two topics, systemic sclerosis and platelets. Of course, top rheumatology journals go first: Arthritis and Rheumatism, Annals, Clinical and Experimental Rheumatology, etc., etc. We may pay attention to other journals, whether East European journals publish in this field or not, and change our search strategy. We can use other blood cells. Instead of platelets, we can use lymphocyte and find out whether which field is more covered. We see that more articles cover lymphocytes, which means that platelets in systemic sclerosis is a relatively new research field and more perspective in terms of continuing our research. So the same way we can use, instead of lymphocytes, eosinophils, T lymphocytes, and other cells, and find out which field of research is more perspective. Scopus also allows us to find out a profile of top scientists. Let's say Marco Matucci Cerinic. Matucci Cerinic. Olena again knows him. Marco. Example of entering Matucci Cerinic. We can search profile of authors publishing. So here is a profile, more than around 800 articles. We see many profiles of the same authors, but focus on the most populated by articles. Okay, we can check profile of this author. First of all, we pay attention to highly cited. Again, the same function. Again, it's frequently used. Highly cited articles of this author. This author published recommendations, classification criteria, which are abundantly cited. And we can analyze these articles, and I'm sure Dana is an expert who should delve deeper into these articles, read these articles, and probably also use cite in her future articles. But there is also another option. So this option helps us to find supervisors for PhD studies and also allows us to evaluate H-index. We should click on name of this author and find out profile. So keywords related to research activities, subject areas. Hirsch index is 76, so it's huge number, it's a high number. 76 articles each of this author got or published 76 articles, each cited at least 76 times. Okay, so other options, other functions of Scopus. We can search as Scopus expert, reviewer expert. I always also pay attention. Let's say medical sciences. How many citations this journal got? For that, I may change search strategy and use references, whether medical sciences is referenced in a reference list or already published articles. So this type of tricks, functions is also important for journal editors. We may also use affiliations, and we can put it, let's see, Kazakhstani universities. Of course, universities, number of publications, and we can focus on specific university. Let's say university with top number of publications, Almaty University. But I just wanted also to draw your attention to very promising university, which is Nazarbayev University. Increasing the number of publications. Here, yeah, second. And we can pay attention again to sources where authors of this.
Arman, again, your internet connection is not stable.
Probably because it's electronics. Better now?
Probably better.
Okay, strange. So we can use the same option to analyze universities. Again, analyze option, always use this analyze option. Probably because of Scopus again. Okay. Let's switch to other options, other functions. Again, Clarivate Analytics is subscription-based platform, database, provider of databases. But you see that they have something for free. Searches through Web of Science group master journal list. You can use it, the same option, and you can find a journal. Let's say this specific journal. It's free, and you can evaluate profile of this journal, view profile page. You should pay attention to databases covering this journal. Let's say current contents, clinical medicine, science citation index expanded, and of course to impact factor 2018. Latest impact factor is now covered. It's for subscribers. Your university also subscribe to Web of Science, and you can have access through your university. But all others who do not have access to your university library, they can use their own free access to this profile and judge, evaluate profile of any journal. So this is free search strategy. Easy, and you can evaluate, you can match your manuscript. You can put title or abstract or both, and can find target journal for your article. You probably know that all COVID-19 articles related to medicine, biomedicine, are accumulated on this hub, Lead COVID. Easy to search. Example is presented here. You can put remdesivir and let's say Ukraine. Or China. China is better because they have more publications. Remdesivir. The same principle, Boolean search, 2 items. But Lead COVID, which is connected to, which is based on PubMed, it allows to analyze deeper, which articles relate, analyze deeper, analyze in relation to articles related to remdesivir, journals covering this topic. Let's say Journal of Medical Virology is top journal covering remdesivir in China. Lead COVID also allows to analyze. You see that there are around 30,000 articles related to COVID-19, and most articles come from China because it's dark blue, and United States. Countries like Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, these are closed countries, and there are not any article covering COVID-19. You probably know that the coronavirus is blocked in Turkmenistan. It's an illegal word. So this is why probably they do not publish anything from these Central Asian countries. But there are also other countries without any publication on COVID-19. Why is that? Is the problem not so prevalent in Central African countries or some Western African countries? I doubt that because it's a pandemic disease, but probably in some countries where vitamin D is high, prevalence of severe COVID-19 or prevalence of this importance of this problem can be much less compared to China, compared to other countries where vitamin D is more hot topic, or vitamin D deficiency is more prevalent. It's just a hypothesis, but it's viable hypothesis. So all these platforms are important for our searches. We should combine, let's say we write article on COVID-19, we should combine searches via LeetCovid or PubMed with Scopus searches, or if we don't have access to Scopus, we can combine searches through Web of Science, which is almost the same in terms of operations compared to Scopus. So this much about systematic or comprehensive searches. This type of search is also important for writing systematic reviews. We discussed the importance and the main principle of systematic searches. So over to you, Olena.
It looks like we have covered the main items of today's meeting. Are there any questions, comments before we finish? Probably our Bulgarian colleagues would like to say something. Svetoslav Georgiev.
He's still.
Yes, yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you for these explicit presentations. I have learned a lot. Okay, I hope that my colleagues are still here too.
Yes.
Okay, so greetings from Bulgaria, and we'll see each other, I hope, face to face next time. Okay. Okay, so it was really a nice work from you. Okay, so I personally have learned a lot. Although I cooperate closely with Olena and Armen, but you people are always full of new ideas and full of new knowledge. So
Thank you very much.
Yeah, keep on the good work. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Share a word about this webinar with your Bulgarian fellows. We hope to arrange many more webinars for research fellows to discuss important issues. And I am sure these issues are similar, the same problems you face in your country and other European countries. I'm thankful to Ukrainian fellows and universities, and grateful to Valentina Chopak, Oksana Zayachkivska, Yulia Kuzik. So we have very active departments from Lviv National University, particularly pathology department, physiology department, immunology department, and also I'm grateful to Tatiana Yakhantova from Lviv University, Department of Foreign Languages, who her presentation was very informative, something new, fresh for biomedics. It's unusual for biomedics to have lecture from other fields, and this is why your lecture was enriching our webinar today. And of course, I am very grateful to all participants from all countries, from Poland, from Bulgaria, different cities of Ukraine. Hopefully, your participation, comments, positive comments enriched our webinar and guided us how to do better, how to run more seminars in a good way, more informative and in more influential way. Thank you very much. I hope to see you again next time.
Well, I also would like to express our deep gratitude to all speakers, participants. Thank you very much. We will share with you a link to full video, yes, because this webinar was recorded. Thank you very much. See you
soon, I hope, on the next webinar, or probably a face-to-face meeting. It's much better than webinar.
Any other comments? Wait for comments. Concluding remarks? Concluding remarks?
Yes, who
Maybe
would like to say concluding remark?
Who else?
maybe I can add also a few words.
Yes, yes.
Come forward.
Hello to everyone. Yeah, I'm also very glad to be here on this webinar, and actually it was really very valuable. And this time more like very intense, a lot of information, and it's really good that it was recorded because I want to look at all presentation one more time, maybe even 2 times, and also many thanks to all of the presenters, because first time I have heard about social media activity from you, Olena, approximately 1 year ago, and honestly to say, I was a little bit suspicious about this available interconnections between social media and science, but now I'm more and more convinced in this appropriate connections and this valuability. And also I have heard new things from Latika. I have understood that I need to update my Twitter profile, and also to change my typical just like and retweet style, and add some points, my thoughts. Also many thanks to Durga and this basic analysis of statistical information that we need to have, and I have understood that I need this book also, and also the book that have told professor from Lviv University about editing and also about English, because when I have listened to her lecture, I have understood, oh my god, those are my mistakes, especially about passive forms, especially about the correct position of the adverbs. I have understood that I need to rewrite my last manuscript that is already in the journal system. So, and also many thanks to Armen, that you have used systemic sclerosis as the key word. Yeah, my favorite, systemic sclerosis. I have tried already to search for that topic in Scopus, but one more time, many thanks. And it was really very good webinar, and it gives really a lot of information. And I'm really a bit sad that during my university life I really had some gaps in this really scientific part of the education. Now we all need to learn, and learn very fast, to be equal to our European colleagues, and I hope that in the future it will be such high level of scientific education in our Ukrainian universities. So many thanks for today's
Thank you, Dana.
webinar.
Thank you to your tutors, English language instructors at your university, for teaching and upgrading your English. Your English is perfect, and I am sure that Yana Yakhantova also evaluated and appreciated that. Thank you, Dana. You can
Thank you for your
express
kind
your
words.
gratitude. Any other comments? Valentina Chepek, Professor Chepek. She always have positive comments, and she always shares her emotions with us. Last time it was a webinar or conference about COVID-19, and it was something with more than around 3,000 participants. This time we have only around 44, 45 participants, probably because of July, probably because of some other reasons. We are in the midst of pandemic, COVID-19. Hopefully everything will be fine in the coming few months, half a year. And next year we will have many more face-to-face meetings. Yeah, and we'll have a chance, hopefully we'll have more chances to process publications, articles from Lviv and other, from Sofia, Lviv, Varna, other Eastern or European cities. And I welcome all submissions in good English, in Polish English, And I'm sure that Tatiana Yakhantova also will contribute to your publications by improving, rectifying English. And I value high her knowledge of English, her tips for non-Anglophone authors. We should learn a lot from Tatiana Yakhantova. Thank you very much.
Yes, and thank you very much to Professor Chopyak and Professor Zayachkivska for their support in organization of this webinar. Thank you very much.
Yeah, they were very helpful.
Yes.
Without their support, without their encouragement, this type of meeting wouldn't be possible. So
Yes.
thank you. Cordial thanks to Professor Chopyak, Professor Oksana Zayachkivska, and of course for good comments to Professor Vasil Lanchina, who is our supervisor, our main contributor. Also, we learn a lot from his previous experience as a thoracic surgeon and also as an expert in bioethics and ethics. It's also important. Thank you very much to all participants. Stay healthy and hope to see you next time.
Well,
Bye.
that is all for today. Goodbye. Goodbye.